All right, check this sound. Cool. I think it's working. All right, let us get into. We have visual. Yes, you are right. We are in Maya today. Um, at least for the start. We'll be jumping over into ZBrush here in a minute, I'm sure. Um, yeah, I decided I needed to kind of push some environment stuff, so we'll be kind of working on that. Some of these assets will need to be like remodeled and whatnot, but this is essentially a project that I started working on um, years ago. But it's just such a fun project that I wanted to be able to keep it. So I've got kind of between this, and then I've also got. Let me see if I can get to it. Tree Peach, that's not the right one. Open scene. And then I've also got side projects. Monsieur Angry Pants. Modeling. Classroom set. So yeah, I have this living room set, which is very stylized, lots of different like shapes and things like that going on in there. And then I've got this set that I wanted to work on, which is more of a standard tech classroom. Um, both of these were things that I developed back in high school, not in high school, in college. Very clean models, very simple things, but yeah, I got this cool like overhead projector stand and setup and everything. The computer. Oh shoot, the keyboard with all the keys and everything. It's even got a little bump. Um, so yeah, I've got those two sets to choose from. Does anybody here have a preference? Essentially, what I would be doing is I would be going through and kind of doing, uh, yeah. So it's either going to be the classroom, or it's going to be the living room set. I, I like this, but I think that there are. Well, I mean, there are definitely a few things that are very quick and easy to do that we can go through and um, work out inside of ZBrush. But yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of feeling the living room set a little bit more. It's kind of fun to see these old models though. Um, yeah. Either way, there are things that are really kind of cool about this that I could work on. I've got the flag in the corner that I could go through and model inside of ZBrush using the dynamics. I've got and then I've got like the floor that I could work out, make sure that the floor feels like it's made up of something instead of just a single plane. Similar idea with maybe the wall or maybe the ceiling, making them feel like they are different things. Even the bookshelves, I guess. The bookshelves are really just kind of modeled out of the same, one single piece of geometry instead of being several chunks. Um, in order for them to feel more natural, eventually, I mean, they're placed kind of in a more natural sort of way. They're not facing the same direction, things like that. But so that makes it to feel a little bit more natural, a little bit more disheveled. Hey Quentin, how you doing? Yeah, I'm just going through and kind of debating with myself which environment I'd like to work on. If I want to work on this, which is fun, it has a lot of potential. I still need to go through and create a lot of assets and try to build it out, fill it up a little bit. Or I've got, looks like I need to go through and kind of reopen it. So yeah, the classroom set, or to go to the stairs, which I think I'm feeling more inclined to do this one. So let's maybe I'll just go ahead and just jump into this one. Can you model register copy now? Model register copy. I'm not sure what that means. Sorry. Yeah, so here's what we've got here. Okay, and I really like this scene because it's super stylized. Okay, just a lot of fun. Okay, so essentially what I'm going to want to do, let's turn off lights. I don't need to see that. Particle instances, I don't need to see that. Nerve surfaces I do need. Controllers I don't need. Okay, but there are some things in here that are, for instance, like these pieces over here. These are nerves. These flowers are terrible. So what I don't know, what I might end up doing is, um, sitting in class. Yeah, I mean, the idea is, I mean, each of these projects had specific goals in mind and had specific projects attached to it. This is a crazy project. There's definitely some refinement that I need to make down in this little area down here, but we'll do that inside of ZBrush because that'll be easy to do. But yeah, I mean, this super fun. It's just fun. I do know for sure that, for instance, like this piece right here, I don't know if this is nerds or, yeah, it looks like it's geometry, so that should be good. So let's go ahead, let's do this, because it does have, if I show you this, this will be kind of weird. Joints, it has a joint chain attached to it, and so that's how I'm kind of controlling the shape. Hey, Prashan, attendance notebook, okay, okay, I got you. That makes sense. That makes sense. So this piece right here, the cord, it's attached to this. Here, I'm just going to duplicate it and see. Because if I were to essentially take this joint chain and delete it. Oh, hey, how about that? Let me see. I'm wondering what else is controlling this, because this I would have sworn that that was controlled by the joint chain. So maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. All right, so let's go ahead and do this. I do need to make sure that I keep in mind that some of these pieces are NURBS pieces, and they will not translate over into ZBrush. But some of these other things will translate just fine. It'll be just great. It'll be fantastic. Wonderful. So what I'm going to do, let's go ahead, let's start pulling this. And I want to take this over as an FBX, but hey Prashant, I want to take this over into ZBrush so that I can work on it and make it so that it's nice. One of the things that I know that I will have problems with, because I've already done this, is that the walls are kind of messy the way that they come in. And so we're going to take this and just kind of deal with it. Export selection. What do I need? I need to go up and put the stairs over here just so that we have that to reference from. Environment. Let's see, I want to make sure that this is actually deleted out of there. Okay. Let's do this again. Export selection. Okay, cool. So it says that it exported. So let's go ahead. Let's test it out. See how good of a job it did. Okay. Now, here we go. Environment. Oh, that's right. It's not the same thing. It's I need to go on to, sorry, I need to get my brain in order. FBX. Import. Environment, apartment scene. Just gotta let it import. You see in the top left corner there, it's going through and saying switching to subtool number, blah 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 blah. And then you'll see the total points go up in like an exponential amount every time it adds new. Oh, Quentin's already leaving. Yeah, I'll remember to save. I'll remember to save. Yeah, so you can see like all the issues that I'm having with the wall already. Oh, and it didn't even bring the furniture in. What's wrong with this thing? Look at that. That is so messed up. I'm gonna have to do it again. It might just be a matter of going through and trying to bring it in again. And you can see it's like going through and importing a box every time it brings in a subtool, and then it's changing it to the object. Um, hey Peter, how you doing? Yeah. So today we're going to be working on some environment stuff and going through and taking these models. In fact, I may have to go through and export each model more individually. Um, the quality does feel a bit low with the cracking and the background noise, but I can stand it. Are you talking about the sound, the audio? Oh man, I'm still getting issues there. What a pain in the neck. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to take this. Man, that's so terrible. I'm so sorry. Let's see if we can fix this. Let's see. Let's go properties. To default C. No, it's making it so it's really low. And that's not working well. You'll have to see kind of how this goes. Maybe we can get this to work. Oh well. Okay, so what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to export these pieces separately. That way, hopefully, we can get a good. Let me see. Yeah, looks like it's still working. Interesting. Anyway, okay, so I'm going to try exporting these pieces separately. So let's do this. I'm going to grab my outliner. Let's see, we've got TV stand, full group, which this is too far back. We need to pull it forward some. We've got, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to use this piece or not. We'll have to see. Because I might have to go through and just build it from scratch or something. But we'll see. Let's go ahead. Let's just export things, and then we'll actually replace that, just so we don't have to worry about having lots of extra little pieces in there. You know, it'll just be. In fact, maybe we could just do the room. Let's do that. We'll say export selection, apartment scene. And then for all these other pieces, what we'll do, I'm going to say H just to hide that. For each of these other pieces, we're going to go ahead and export them in their groups. So we got the cabinet full group, we got that light, we've got a couch. So let's say export. We'll say apartment scene, couch. Well, in fact, as we export them, we'll just hide them so that way we. And let's do this too, so that we know that we have. So we know that we have the the pieces that we want to keep all in a single group. So here's what we'll do. We'll say apartment living room. And actually what we'll do is we'll make these, we'll say, make sure that those are unhidden, but then hide the group. So that way everything is still visible. It's just invisible because the group is invisible. It's all hidden. It's all good. All right. So we got a bunch of little groups over here. Books. We'll probably have to name these. And reorder them. I mean, that's kind of messy. All right, what's this one? Okay, so we don't need this. I'm just going to hide that. Don't need that. Okay, let's go ahead. Let's export that. Well, thanks for stopping by. Hope you have a good night. You're probably far like Europe side somewhere, right? Okay, so we'll have that. Hide it. Okay, let's check and see where all these outlets are. I don't need this one. Let's say hide those. Outlets. Oh, I don't want to put it in the group yet. Let's say export selection. In fact, here's what I'm going to want to do. I want to come over here. Let's just select something and just say delete other. That way we don't have like a bajillion subtools that are kind of keeping the autosave busy with lots of geometry. Okay, did I export this already? I think I did, right? Export selection. I did. Okay. So we'll drag outlets into there. We'll get our little set right here, our TV stand. TV stand. Drag that into our group. Yeah, living room table. Let's get this out. Now it's funny because like I've got these things modeled in a way that I would model them 10 years ago. Some of these things will have to be kind of remodeled um, in certain ways. Let's see, export selection. Living room table. Drag that down into the group. I'll need to put in some other oh hey, how about that? I forgot that I had these window panes in there. How about that? Okay, let's see. So we've got this group and that group, which those are part of the cabinet. And you can see the difference over here of like the black edges are all geometry. The blue is actually they're NURB surfaces, um, which I used to just model out simple flowers forever and a half ago. In fact, I use NURBS for a lot of things. So like for instance, these the grill going around the fan, these were modeled originally using NURBS, but then converted to polygons. Okay, let's go ahead and grab this. Say export selection. Oh. Apartment scene. Just type that in. Cabinet tall. Export selection. Drag that down into the group. So yeah, lots of setup. Okay, so this needs to go in with the fan. File, export selection. Fan. Let's grab this. Export selection. Tall table. Okay. Export selection. Ceiling light. Here's the corner table. Let's get rid of the armchair first. Let's do this. We'll say file, export selection, armchair. Let's call this mug. And let's get these groups. We'll throw them in here. All right. Export. Corner table. And then the rest of these things, we'll just group them and call them flyaway books. Okay, so now we've got everything out of the scene that we need. And we'll just have to bring them in like one by one. So let's do this. So I'm animating a scene about a bear sitting down and then putting down the picnic basket and taking out a sandwich. And he bites down on the sandwich. As he bites on the sandwich, the contents fly forward. That's funny. Oh, that's not what I want. I want this. Is that for a class? Okay, so there's the scene. The curtains are something I need to get rid of. Um, but yeah, get rid of those. Let's get rid of them now. Might as well, right? Yeah, and then you can see like what it is that's happening with the wall. The wall's getting kind of a weird, I don't know, weird holes and patches and things like that. Um, I'm just going to go ahead. Let's put these into a folder. Yeah, let's do it like this then. Yes. Oh my goodness. I am looking to call this apartment. Okay, and then we'll just pull this in here too. All right, that way we have everything kind of in a group. Yeah, and you see it's got like all these weird names. We'll have to go through and fix that. That's gonna be messy. But yeah, so yeah, so essentially what I'm doing, just so anybody who's joining in just now, these models are ones that I'm bringing in from Maya, and they're old models. So it's just something that is, that I'm just trying to go through and update. Delete that, delete that, delete that, and delete that. Um, yeah, this is just a project that I've always kind of been excited about and never really taken the time to dive into it. And I feel like right now is a good time. Okay, doing as much as I can to prepare until I take classes. But I feel that I don't need classes. I will use my money. Don't need classes. Well, I mean, if you can learn what you need to without taking classes, then that's great. Um, No, the models are not already unwrapped. If you're talking about like UVs, no, they're not unwrapped. I need to go through and kind of finish making them so that they're clean models first. Um, it's kind of one of the tricky things about the way that I pulled this project together. Let's go ahead. I'm going to save this out. I'm going to call this apartment scene 01. And then once this is done saving, let's go ahead and let's start loading in the other pieces. Import. We'll just do them in order. So you can see, like, I mean, it's not super clean. right now. I got to go through and kind of fix some things to make these things so that they are clean models. I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking in going through and modeling it like this. It's really kind of funny. Um, like I said, I mean they're old models, but man, I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know why it's modeled like that, but we're gonna fix it. We are going to fix it. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We are going to take this. What is this piece? Transparent. Center it there. It looks like it's supposed to be somewhere. It's like this teeny tiny little face that somehow got left out of everything. That is so funny. Okay, so I'm just going to say delete that. Oh, some of these things just terribly modeled. Okay, but it's okay. I mean, it's like they're blocked. They're blocked in, and so that's kind of how we're going to look at this. At all these models, these are all just kind of like blocked in and ready to be ready to be better. Oops. Let's go ahead and put the feet down here at the bottom. We're just going to try to organize these things. Let's since these assets are going to have a lot less pieces, we're just going to go ahead and start naming them. Cushion back. I'm just going to call that back. Arms. Yeah, because these pieces have a lot of potential because like the shapes are really cool and I really enjoy the aesthetic of it. Oh, excuse me just a second. Let me finish that thought before I jump up. I really enjoy the aesthetics of it, but the topology just does not work. And I need to do a little bit of fixing in order to make it work. All right, that's better. So yeah, arms, and this one is the cushion. Cushion seat. So we'll do that. We'll organize it kind of like this, and we'll title this feet. Okay. So let's go ahead, new folder, armchair, back, cushion seat. We'll put it in that order. And then we'll get the arms. I'm going to put this, let's put this on the bottom since it's the one that goes down the lowest, just without the feet. And then we'll say, okay, so make sure we got everything. We got it. Okay, so Z plugin. We're going to come down, not transpose master, subtool master, say copy folder. And then right over in here, we're going to say Z plugin paste folder. And you see it's putting it in place. Okay. So now we've got one thing in place. Yay! Snakes, how you doing? Peter Steves. My parents were like, you ain't that good in art to take art colleges, and we want you to get a job directly after college because we old. I'm just imagining like this really sassy older lady. Be like, Ah, wee-o. So yeah, I'm doing college for accounting, but art in my spare time. I understand and agree with the idea that I won't get an art job after 4 years, as I never truly started arting every day until college. Yeah, I mean it's tricky. I think it's one of those things that people can do, um, but it's such a hard industry that like if it's something that you really want to get into, just both feet jumping right in. There's a lot that goes into making a successful art career, even more than just going to school. It's really crazy. Let me see. Oh, something cool that I just thought of. So I have this wall trim. And I think what I could do is I can create an IMM brush that would just be the one piece, and then I'd be able to create like uh, essentially have it automatically go through and trim the whole wall, and I could have it go in such a way, pardon me, have it go in such a way that it would not only trim the wall, but it would also get me the variation in the thicknesses and things like that that I'm wanting. It would be a very organic way of getting it done, and it would keep things pretty tight too. So I might have to go through and remodel those here in a minute, but we'll have to see. So let's get that. Let's go ahead, Z plug in. Let's import the next one. Cabinet tall. This was a cool piece, and it's funny because it's like, so when I modeled this cabinet, I remember being so stinking proud of myself for being able to go through and get that get this piece in there. Ah, doggone it, didn't bring everything in. Ah, man, that is messed up. It's okay. We'll have to fix it before we take it over. Some of these pieces look like they are working, so we'll keep them. Let me see. Okay, so we have the pane of glass. Perfect. Okay, so we're gonna come over here. We'll merge those together. Say okay. So that way we have our glass together. It looks like we have our legs together. I'm just gonna say always okay. Las patas. And of course these have to go all the way to the bottom because they are, the bottom. I'll leave these for right now. Let me see. Title this lower backing. Well, thanks for stopping in and saying hi, Prashant. Let me see. I'm gonna put this down by the legs, and let's do this just because I want to make sure that I'm getting my group in there, quickly. Oh shoot. Okay, let's do this. Oops. Oh shoot. Oh, what's happening? Okay. Okay. New folder. Yes, please. What did I call this? Cabinet tall. And then we'll just bring the legs all the way back down to the bottom, and then we'll just pull it up into the folder. Okay, so I want to go through and kind of combine pieces that are similar. Let's turn off transparent. Okay, so we have things in here that are Um, I mean, they're the same as they are on the other side. So I'm gonna grab Mr. Hall's. Kind of interesting how dark it is in here right now. Open that just a little bit. Okay, but yeah, I mean, some of these pieces, I remember being so proud of this and being able to get like the little swirly in there, and now I look at it, I'm just like, there are better ways to create that shape. Much better ways. The other thing that I look at is like this. What did I do there? I might actually have a better way of creating this, but I don't know if I'll have the time. Call that lattice. Yeah, let's go say merge. This is the door for the stuff. Let me see. I have two lattices. Interesting. Why do I have two lattices? Yeah, that's okay. Okay. I'm going through and kind of like cleaning up that apartment scene. And it's yeah, it's streaming. Not a big deal. It's okay. I have the best office mate. This is so weird. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. Split this. Merge that down so that that's all one single thing there. Take this piece, say merge that down. And for this little guy, let's kind of bring him over here. That'll be a little bit better. It's weird. I don't know why it. In fact, I kind of want to go through. Let's check this out because I feel like this is kind of weird that it's. No, I didn't want that. I want the tall cabinet. Let's see. Thanks a lot. Yeah, if you fall asleep, that's fine. I understand. Cabinet. Okay, let's do this. I'm going to actually let's do this. I'm going to say Control 1 just to be able to kind of zero that or solo it out. I want to make sure that all these things have their transforms frozen. Delete all by type history. Optimize scene size. Just gonna pull out like all the stops. Okay. Let's try this one more time just to see if it works. Cabinet tall. Okay, so it says it worked. Let's try this and see if it works. Like, really works. Nope, it was the exact same thing. That is so bizarre. Huh. I wonder what's causing that. Because that's frustrating. You know what? I have an idea. I have an idea of something I'm going to try. Because it's very not cool. The way that this is behaving. Let's combine that. Let's combine that. And then we'll put this into tall cabinet. Oh, interesting. What just happened? Interesting. You know what? I think I know what it is. I think I know what the problem is. I think what I'm running into is that by dragging these back into the group, it's essentially saying that they are no longer part of what is visible. So I think that if I were to hit Control 1, there we go. Look at that. Control 1 again. So there we go. Now we've got that together. I'm just going to take these pieces. It's fine. We'll say we'll take these and we'll combine them together. Grab these pieces and that piece. We'll combine those together just for right now. Delete all I type history. And we'll just rename them in here. Yeah, so a lot of the subdividing, that'll happen once I kind of fix everything inside of ZBrush. Right now, some of the topology is kind of wonky, specifically like what's dealing here in the corners, and the things going on with the swirls down here. Kind of want to fix some of this to make sure that it's nice and Nice and clean. um, yeah. So some of this might get like remodeled, kind of from zero here, but we gotta kind of see what it is that. Let's go ahead and door left, door right. Okay, let's try this again. Let's hit save scene, just so that we're not losing anything that we work on, that we do. Yeah, so I usually wait to subdivide once I have nice clean topology, and I don't subdivide unless I need the topology. If I need more topology, typically I'll go through and I'll manually add it in. Export selection. We'll try this again. Apartment cabinet tall. Okay, this should fix it. I feel confident. Do you feel confident? Oh, okay, I feel confident. Z plugin. Let's just dock this over here to the side. Let's say import cabinet tall. Yeah, it worked. Okay, cool. So now that we've got that the way that we want it, I wish that I could just set transparency to an object inside a ZBrush without having to actually render it out. It would just be nicer. Door, and we'll say, just for the sake of knowing like which one's what plate R. Plate stand R. Oops, plate L. And then plate stand L. Okay. Cabinet tall. And then we're going to put the plates on top of the stand, because that's how they go in the hierarchy of the scene. So we're going to do that. Get the door in there, the other door, get the cabinet in there. Since the cabinet reaches down lower than the doors, they're going to go on the bottom. Leg's going to go beneath that. Okay. Now we can go ahead and say Z plugin. We're going to copy folder. We're going to come over here, and we are going to say paste folder. Amazing. So now we're starting to get a little bit more of our scene together. I think maybe what I can do, just so that it's not just like a boring like transferring of assets like that. So this is kind of essentially the process that I'd go through to get everything in there. I'm going to start going through and fixing the environment. You don't want to bring furniture into a broken house. So let's do this. I'm just gonna hide the cabinet and the armchair. Make sure that we save the scene so that we don't lose anything. Quentin would be proud. Yeah, let's go ahead. Let's turn this on. Let's start working on this. Okay, so there are a few things about the scene itself that I want to be very, very aware of. Okay, for instance, let me see. Here's the floor. And that's really kind of just blocking in the floor. It's not going to be like the real floor. And then this is the wall. And the wall could, we could probably get away with this for a wall. Oh, shoot, I don't want to do that. Control Shift D. And then let's call this wall. going to take some of these things. Let's merge that down. Okay, merge that down. Merge that down so that the window's all one single thing here. I believe, oh, that's not the piece I wanted. Let's see. That is though. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead, we're going to split this out. So Control M, merge that down. We want this to be part of that. Okay, so we've got that full window. We've got this window frame. We can bring this up. Control M. Now, the thing that this is for, there's a project that I started back in college, and I still really like the story and the idea, and I won't tell you any of the story and idea here now because I need to kind of work it out some and you know, make it work. But you might want to get rid of some of this. This is so messy. I don't know why I even went through and did all this. Okay, so I went through and kind of started and storyboarded it out most of the way. It was something of like a final project for a class that I did with Ryan Woodward, and it was awesome. It was such a fun class, such a great project, and you know, to this day, I really like the. I just really like the project. It's just fun, and so yeah, I wanna further develop it. This is so messy. I'm like, this is a nightmare of a topology. Just trying to go through and fix this and get this so that it's not absolutely terrible. Oh my goodness. 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 Okay, it might be worth just going through and modeling out a new wall. Okay, so I'm gonna say not stitch, make curve. In fact, here's what I'll do. Let's say delete single poly. I'm just going to try to get rid of anything that is not immediately touching the windows. That means anything that is not like inside of that window area. So you can see I've got like the border going around the window that's still intact, and then I'll fix it from there and extrude out. I think that will be a lot easier to deal with, and that way I get to retain the shape of what I have. We're gonna get rid of all of this. Get some delete happy going on in here. We don't need no ceilings. Okay, delete that. We're gonna do a similar thing for the wall here. And let's just go through and do it like this. Delete, 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 delete you, my friend. And in fact, this isn't bad. Maybe I'll just keep that for now. It's funny, my son has the funniest sneeze. Do I have more fun with environment modeling? No, not necessarily. They each have different challenges, but they're so similar. The same principles, they're the same, really everything. And so it's really kind of just a matter of you know just modeling. Um, and I really really enjoy modeling. It's a very fun career. It's a very challenging career because you do have to think about. Good grief, where is it going? You do have to think about matching concepts. You do have to think about um, forms and volumes and proportions and things like that in different ways than you would if you were just drawing. Um, but yeah, really, it's a whole bunch of the same. Um, let's get rid of that, and we don't need. Extra loops here. So I'm just going to get rid of anything that's not needed. Okay, so we have this loop going around. Oh, I don't want that. We have this loop going around the inside. So we just want to kind of get rid of support loops and things like that that we don't really need. Let's get rid of that. Come on, you. There we go. Ahí estamos. Okay, get rid of, oh, single, that's not what I'm looking for. Delete single poly. Órale. Come on, you. You're better than that. Okay, so we've got this door frame kind of coming in. So far, it's not too bad. I want to make sure that everything is pretty uniform. I don't want to have like these weird big gaps where there aren't any edge loops and things like that. I want to make sure that everything's pretty, lots of squares instead of being big weird rectangles. So that's going to be a huge bit of the task for me in getting this to be better. But the first thing I want to do is make sure that I am simplifying things down so that I can work on things in their basic form before I go ahead and try to attach anything extra to it. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to say collapse polyloop. Delete that. Collapse that down. Collapse that down. Oh, come here, you. it's a little bit harder to work with these sorts of meshes inside of ZBrush, from the reason that um, your angle views will reset and whatnot, and so you've got to be kind of careful where you're trying to adjust your viewpoint from. Let's go ahead and collapse that down. Same thing here on the outside. Collapse that down. So a lot of these points around here are meant to be some sort of support edge, which may or may not actually be working very well. So I'm just trying to go through and delete different things that I feel like I don't need. Delete that, delete that. Okay, and then here what I want to try to do is just bridge things across. So I'm just going to say bridge edges. Just like that. Make it so it's clean, make it so that it's straight across, and then yeah, and that way the topology can just be the way that we need it to be, and having that that grid pattern. It makes it a lot easier when we need to model things in. It makes it a lot easier when we need to just anything, really. Like Windows. Right, let's do it like this. Let's come over here. We'll say delete island. Oh, how about that? I didn't catch that that was attached still. So let's do this. We're going to come over here and we're going to say delete single poly. Now we can say delete island. Yeah, I used to do a lot of my modeling, most of my modeling inside of Maya, but I've changed in recent years to do pretty much everything inside of ZBrush. I'm part of the beta team regularly, and so I get to test out these tools before they come out. And so since I'm testing them, I get really accustomed to using them, and I really like them. Like things like the Z Modeler, I love Z Modeler. It has been easily one of my favorite additions to the ZBrush toolset. Yeah, lots and lots and lots of fun. Oops, come to you. Just going to get rid of this extra loop in there. And let's swing this over this way. This is a little bit too too far out there. Okay. It's going to get rid of extra edge loops. Still, it's just kind of tricky with some of these pieces because the mesh gets in the way of itself. So it might be worth going through and modeling the walls separately. You know what? I might just go ahead and just Let's just do this. Control Shift D. I am going to say initialize Q cube. Let's kind of zoom it out a little bit. Scale it to fit the room a little bit. And once we have this in place, this will be a little bit better because this is already clean. You know what I'm saying? I know what I'm saying. Okay, so something like that could work for me. And then really quick and simple, just add in an extra edge loop here, and I can switch to extrude, single poly, pull that out, so there's my hallway. So easy. And then I already have it kind of blocked in for where that door is supposed to be. So what I want to do is, in order to make these segments kind of like the right height or whatnot, the right thicknesses, things in that nature, I'm going to go through and try to make them so that they match that door, and then I get a good number of divisions going up, so that I can have enough divisions to meet with the top of the door. Once I have that, I'll go ahead and I will make sure that I get squares all the way around. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to use multiple edge loops. Okay, so now it's matching with the top of the door. Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to go ahead and make sure that I'm getting squares. It's not going to be as easy as like going through and just hitting bow like that, because you can see it's not creating squares for me. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to come through and still select and make squares. Okay. So I got squares over here, squares over there. Okay. Let's get some squares coming along here. And this might be our last section where we need to get our squares. Yeah, looks good. All right. I'm going to do this. I'm going to go ahead and say polygroups, and I'm going to say group by normals. And you see it gives me a different polygroup depending on which direction the face is facing. So, yeah, so that's significantly better. I'm going to, yeah, maybe I'll keep that the way it is for now. I do want to come over here though. Kind of shrink this down just a little bit. They weren't quite squares. So by shrinking it down toward the place that is squares, helps to kind of even things out some. One of the things that I'm trying to think about is what the layout of this apartment would be. I would probably have another, like a bedroom right over here on this side. So like if I were to go through and just say, you know, control, click, and drag to bring that over here, do something like that. And then I could have another bedroom right in here, and then I could have like a kitchen over here or something like that. I don't know. We'll have to kind of like figure that out at some point. But yeah, I'll keep this kind of like this. You know what? Let's do this instead. Just gonna go ahead and rotate that in this sort of manner. One of the things that I need to think about is what is on the other side of this wall. I do know. Let's just bring this back over here like that. I do know that, yeah, let's go ahead. I'll do this little bit of a drawing. So over here is my front door. Okay, and this opens up like this. Okay, there will be a television set right here. There's going to be a tall piece of furniture here. There's a couch right here, table right here. There's a corner table right here. There's a chair right here. And then we got this hallway down here. Okay. Oh, I've got the windows right here. Window, window. Okay, so out here is kind of a hallway. There will be a set of stairs to go down. Okay, and then I will probably have another door over here that would open up like this one, but reverse. So it'll be up over here. Um, and this is just to kind of show that there's a little bit more to the apartment building instead of just being there. Over here, I might make that closed, which means I could put like a closet over here. Put a bedroom, something like that. And then I need to think about, kind of like where a bathroom might be. I don't have to go through and develop out this entire environment unless I were to have an entire film that would include like the entire apartment. So we've got like, we could say maybe we have an extra bedroom over here. Let's say we have like a door right here. Okay. And we've got like a closet right there, so that's cool. Maybe there's a window right here and a window right here or something like that. This bedroom, let's see, we'll put it as a master bedroom. um, we'll put, I'm trying to think, because like I'll probably have like doorway right here, just like the doors are facing each other. And then we got to think about having like, a bathroom. Where would the bathroom be? Um, you could probably have like the two bathrooms next to each other, so you'd have like the master bathroom kind of coming over to here or something like that. I don't know however that fits together. I don't know, but like going through and trying to think about those sorts of things, and we'd probably have like a kitchen over here. It could be cool. I wonder if we were to put like a little open window here, or maybe even making this so that it's more open concept. I don't know. Where it's like instead of having a full wall, maybe this is like a half wall, and we've got like a little column right here to be able to support. And so we got this kind of coming over into the kitchen area, and then maybe like a little dining table. And so maybe we have like let me see. So maybe some cupboards kind of lining the wall. We'd have like a countertop coming out to something like right there. I don't know. And then we'd have like, a sink, and let's put that in there or something like that. And then we got like we got to have like an oven and a fridge and things like that, and think about where those different things would go. We got to think about, okay, so maybe we have like a dining room table. I don't know, like all sorts of weird little things to think about. So we'll have to think about those things as we're modeling this out. Um, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to take this, now that we have this area kind of blocked in for our doorway, um, and for the windows. Let's go ahead and grab this because I don't need this anymore. Walls. Cool. Yeah, okay. We're good. It looks like I might need to extend this out actually. So let's extrude polygroup island. We'll just extrude it out until it's got the same size of square there. Group by normals again, just to make sure everything's kind of solid. Okay. All right. Let me see. Okay. Let's model this door in here. And I'm going to do it by blocking in. Oh, shoot. Hate it when I do that. It's okay. We'll just finish blocking in the white for that. And then we'll just undo that by, you just hold Alt and kind of paint over it. Whatever spaces you want to have as the temporary poly group, you can go through and you can do that. It's really super nice. Let's delete. Maybe I don't want to delete. Let's not delete. Okay, let's actually slide these points around, and I want to get it to match the silhouette of the door itself. Maybe not quite match. Let's give it a little bit of an offset, and then we'll inset it so that it's got the ring of topology kind of going around the outside of it. I think that might work better for us. Let's go ahead and do something like this. Yeah, so I'm just gonna go through, just trying to kind of accommodate these shapes, because these are some pretty cool, crazy shapes in here, and I don't want it to feel too square, too regular, too vanilla. Here, let me see. Not bad. So we'll do that, and then we'll take this piece, and we will say extrude single poly, pull it out, just so that we have kind of that thickness of the wall. In fact, here's what we're gonna do. Let's just get rid of it. Let's just get rid of that. Say delete polygroup island. Delete that. And similar thing. Let's go through in here. Let's get our outline shapes. Let's get our outline shapes. And then we'll line it up so that it's got a similar sort of margin going around the outside. It smells like guava. It smells pretty nice. Let's go ahead and pull these in. You know what? Maybe it's better to just go through inset these. I probably should have done the same thing for the door, but it doesn't matter now. We'll fix it or something, maybe, possibly. Let's go inset polygroup island. Keep it standard. Do something like that, and then from there, this is where I can go ahead. Come on, there we go. This is where I can go ahead and take Mike. How you doing, dude? Yeah, I'm just kind of sort of streaming. Mostly I'm just working on trying to kind of strengthen my 1 in the morning. Yeah, no, it's like almost 10 at night. Let's turn off the ghost so I can see the silhouette of the shape a little bit better that I'm trying to match it to. Oops, that is not what I wanted. In fact, let's go over here and we'll just say do nothing for right now. It's a useful feature if you haven't used it yet. Alright, pull that up, pull that up, pull that up, and over. Okay, so these things around here, I'm trying to practice anatomy skills or lack thereof. Do you know any good resources for learning face and head anatomy? I like to use, what I like to refer to is, oh, I don't need a new tab. Heart Station. This guy, right? No, I'm just kidding. I like to go to Anatomy for Sculptors. S'il vous plaît. Yeah, so now this is super helpful, super useful because it breaks things down not just into muscular anatomy, but also like the plane changes and things like that. So that's something that's been a good resource for me. But yeah, I mean that's really kind of where I would go. But then there are also other resources like Raphael Grassetti has some things on his Gumroad that are really nice. Yeah, there are a lot of different things kind of like that I would look into. Those sorts of tutorials or things that if you're interested in kind of learning good anatomy. Oh, who are the other ones? Oh my goodness! Here, I'll even put the link in to the art station on the chat so you guys can get to it. There's another one. There's an artist that has some really good resources, but I can't think for the life of me what his name is off the top of my head. You know what? I have a place where I can go and look it up. Let me check this out. Drafts. Well, I guess Chris Costa has the ZBrush Summit that he did. Um, Darren Pattenden. Pull this open. This is a good resource too. 21 tips for capturing likeness. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, I mean, so he's got these great these great tips for being able to capture the likeness of the actor or the person that you're trying to create. So this is helpful. I'm trying to find an image of the person um, with no hair, you know. Although I don't think she had no hair for this role, but I don't know. Maybe she did. I don't know. I wasn't there. But yeah, so those two are really good. Um, oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. So those are a couple of things that I would look up. And then, of course, there's Chris Costa in his presentation from the ZBrush Summit. Super helpful. I'm so tired today, man. I like this guy's gonna help. That's good. Yeah, I think it was a very helpful thing for me. I'm not one that does a whole lot of likeness type exercises or projects or anything like that. Um, and I do from the standpoint of trying to make a character or an object match the concept, but not from the standpoint of um, like actually doing realistic likenesses. um, which I think a lot of people can relate. I mean, unless you're doing digital doubles, or if you're doing collectible toys or things like that, then it doesn't really necessarily apply to you. Um, yeah, so it's kind of interesting from that standpoint. And so I think it's kind of interesting, thinking about that sort of principle of like, I don't do likenesses very often. I kind of do, you really do have to think about the likeness of what it is that of your you're sculpting, you're creating something that looks like something else, that it's supposed to match, or it's supposed to imitate, or it's supposed to whatever. Um, and you got to try to get it to be what you need it to be, or else it's not going to be what you need it to be, right? So weird trying to do realistic. Yeah. Um, yeah, I think there are some different tools or different ideology to it, to an extent for sure. But also, I think that a lot of the same principles still apply. That you're trying to think about proportions, you're trying to think about relationships and how, like where things line up, and like this right now. Let me see. I'm gonna slant that wall just a little bit. Gonna pull it back so that it's not sticking out so far on the inside of the. Oh, you know what? Okay, I see. Because like I've got the wall runners right here too, so it'll be important to kind of line things up with that. Okay, so let's go ahead and we will kind of push these things back so that they line up with the wall runners. So I'm making this funny you should ask. It's a likeness of, no, I'm just kidding. Um, it is this in essence is going to be, let's turn this inside out, an apartment building. Let me jump over into Maya because I can show you in Maya kind of what this is looking like. Um, let's just close the outline. I don't need it right now. So I mean, you can see kind of the way that this is set up, and there will be a lot of things like the way that the couches, the way that different things were modeled. The armchair. When I was looking at the armchair when I was bringing it into ZBrush, it was like miserable. Um, you love that angled door? Yeah, I like the door too. I think that it's super fun. It's a fun design. It's actually something that I had gone through and modeled in college, but it's just such a fun model, and I'm wanting to kind of build up my environment side of my ArtStation portfolio. Um, and so there are things like these couches are just miserably simple and not very well modeled. I mean, look at that. I mean, this topology is like terrible. That's terrible. I mean, there's no form, there's no structure, and so it's like I need to go through and kind of rebuild these. But I have them. I'm essentially treating this as like something that's been blocked in, and I'll be going in and actually fixing it inside of ZBrush, modeling on top of it and whatnot. Oh, so yeah, should be fun. Should be a lot of fun. There are things like the fan, I think, that don't really have a ton of style or design to it, but it's still fun having something there. I'll have to figure out ways to be able to push it. Was this done in NURBS? A lot of it was actually. So a lot of these pieces, like for the fan, that was built out in NURBS, but then converted to polygons. These flowers these are still in NURBS. Um, yeah, this is an old model. This is an old model. But what I'm doing is I'm taking this over into ZBrush and building it out like a real production environment. So yeah, lots left to do to make this so that it's working right, but it should be cool. It should be cool when it's done. Let's see, delete hidden. And then we'll come over here, display properties, flip. Just so we can see kind of what's happening on the inside of the room. Yeah, I think that's a good idea, making the blades more asymmetrical. I mean, it's funny because like this model is something from 10 years ago, and this is like pretty much when you interned at PDI. Oh my gosh, yeah. Then they're using nerves, and it's funny because like a lot of the newer shows, if they're based off of legacy shows like Kung Fu Panda or How to Train Your Dragon or yeah, if we were to do anything for like a follow up for um, Rise of the Guardians or whatever it was called, um, any of those old shows, if you wanted to go through and use any of those old assets, they were all built in NURBS. You'd have to go through the conversion process and convert it into polygons and create UVs and all that stuff. So it's crazy, and we had to do a bunch of that on How to Train Your Dragon. That's how it goes. That's just how it is. Yeah, NURBS, they definitely had their place. Even now though, I mean, I guess technically there were a bunch of things that we had to build rope for, and the rope that we had to build, it was a NURBS tool, and so we had to build the rope in NURBS and then convert it to polygons so that we could use it for the new texturing process that they're going through using Substance Painter and things like that. So it's just crazy. I mean, it is crazy. It's insane. Um, Let me see. Okay, so I've got these things going on in there. I'm going to try kind of just pushing and pulling some of these things just to see. Still keeping kind of like a square sort of shape, but I don't think it's bad having a little bit of variation to the straightness there. I think that'll help to make it feel a little bit more organic. Um, we're going to want to go through, I want to make wooden floors. And so I'm going to go ahead and model, I mean, I've got a couple of different ideas for how I want to make the floors. But let's go ahead, let's say, where is that piece? I think I did title it floor. Right, let's just take this, we'll say delete. What's that? I wonder if that's from my dad. I don't know. I guess I'll have to look at it. Did I order something? I don't remember ordering something.
If anyone sits on this door to watch you mark, that's how the store works.
That's how the stool works. I guess it's probably fine if he's in here.
Dad? Dad, you're
Huh.
the best.
You're the best.
I remember what you said about what my Corvette is made out of. Plastic and metal.
Plastic and metal, indeed.
Because the glasses, the windshields are made out of plastic. The things, the steering wheel is made out of plastic.
Okay, no. I'm working on and I'm talking to people, okay? So so that's kind of why I had the door closed so that you wouldn't come in. Okay. It's all right for you to be here though. What have you been doing downstairs?
Well, I ate a waffle.
You ate a waffle?
Yeah, the only last thing I ate was the start of the day, I got bored.
Why would you get bored?
I got bored of the coronavirus and I wanted it to go away right now.
Yep, I understand that. I totally understand that.
Because the coronavirus is so annoying.
The coronavirus definitely is annoying.
And I never want it to come back ever again.
Oh, me neither, dude.
Because I don't want it. Well, there's something about soda that you should not drink soda anymore because it eats your teeth.
It definitely does.
That's why Mom told us that, and why were you drinking soda at my house? At Grandma's house.
Yeah, we definitely want to be very careful with our teeth.
Because if you drink it forever, then, well, I have two teeth that are a little bit wrinkly.
Oh yeah?
Yep.
What is that, Alice in Wonderland? No, it's not Alice in Wonderland. This is actually an apartment scene that I that I built when I was in college, and I wanted to go through and update it, so that it looks nice and so that it's not like super terrible and simple and everything like that. So,
No, I like it.
you like it, bud?
Yeah, it looks awesome.
Thanks, dude. Like it's interesting because like the windows, you can see like how different the windows are. This one's much simpler. This one's got like much more wonk to it.
It was right close to the wheels on the pit.
It's going to be interesting to see artists in the future say stuff like, yeah, when I was 5, I watched my dad using this older program called ZBrush, and that's how I was, yeah.
ZBrush? You mean the one that's at Texas?
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and start. Let's close this down. I'm going to say append. I'm just going to append a whatever. It doesn't really matter much because I'm going to take this and initialize it. Essentially what I'm going to do right now, I'm not worried so much about the size of it. I'm just going to kind of use this to be able to create. Oh, don't be playing with that because if you play with it, you might lose it. And we don't want to lose it if you want to fix it, okay? Oops.
So, right on top of the Corvette if you need it.
Oh, I'd rather have it right, something like right there. That works just fine. Because if we put it anywhere else, I might not know where it goes. Okay, so don't be moving it around, or else I won't be able to fix it for you.
It goes right over here. Where my finger is.
Okay. So we're just gonna kind of put in some edge loops in here. What I want to do is I want to model in some like little cracks, but we'll do a few variants. So what we're gonna do is let's name this
still looks good.
Thanks, Bubba.
So, I'm trying to figure out whether that's an airplane.
Oh, I don't know.
Maybe in the garage?
No, probably not.
Maybe on top of there?
Okay, I'm gonna say collapse
I
edge.
see two up there. Wait, is that surprising?
Are you on my bed?
No.
Oh. Okay, so right now what I'm trying to do is I'm just going to go through and kind of create a couple of kind of like worn sort of boards.
The line is changing so well. The line is bad to drinking soda.
I'm pouring this in like that. And then if I wanted to, I could also come in and say, add a little bit of variation here, just so that it's not completely flat. Let's do this, kind of narrow it up a little bit. What I might do, let's add some extra loops in here. And I guess for these other places, let's do it this way. We'll go ahead and we'll say insert. Okay. And yeah, we'll just insert along here.
It still looks good to me.
Thanks, buddy.
I just like the shapes and them. I just like them the way it is because it makes them I like it, but and I don't like the but my not favorite part of California. Well, Dad, I want to tell you something about dinosaurs.
Is that right?
Well, dinosaurs lived where we are living, and they got extinct here.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, that's why they lived here a long, long time ago. And when the volcano erupted, they separated.
Oh.
That's why the Brachiosaurs were together. The Brachiosauruses were together. All the Brachiosaurs were all together. Only the Brachiosaurs are the Inkyceratops were on their part. The Tyrannosauruses were on their part. The Tyrannosaurus' cousin was on their part. Were on their part. And I don't know the other ones. Do you know the other ones? Because I don't know.
No, you should probably go and play with Scarlet, and you can probably figure it out together.
Dad, so
Go play with Scarlet so you can figure it out, okay?
can we do it?
Okay. Thank goodness. Okay. I am going to add in some stuff. So insert single edge loop. I'm just going to try to get rid of some of these pieces in here, and I want to go ahead and add in. It's not really letting me do it the way that I want to do it. Oh, I've got a different idea. Because I was using the slice curve, so I can just come in here, slice. Slice. Airship slice. Okay, so now you can see, now I've got my like 4-pointed places right there, like all my 4-pointed faces. Oh, except for this right here, my goodness. Delete edge. And in fact, this is one of those points where it's probably just fine to have a 3-pointed, let's do this instead. I'm just gonna go over here and come spin edge, and that'll put it so it's pointing in the right direction. Okay, let me see. I'm gonna go like this. Actually, let's do this. We're gonna say get the can't get you. So I'm gonna make sure that that's all one polygroup color, and this is all one polygroup color. So what I can do now is I can just go ahead and say, mask that, invert. Now I'm gonna have to go through and actually tweak this a little bit, but delete a single polygon there. Delete single polygon there, insert single edge loop, stitch, bridge, and let's say bridge 2 points. So I get that point in there. And then we'll spin this. This way we can get our shapes in here the way that we need. So I'm just going to kind of wrestle this around a little bit. And what I can do is I can now select this, invert my selection, and I can kind of push in these little creases, these little crevices that I just made. So now I'm starting to get kind of more of that stylized wood sort of look. Okay. Now, I don't want to do just that. I also want to go ahead and kind of bevel these edges a little bit so that it gets it a little bit more of um, a worn sort of look. So I'm going to select that top piece. I don't really have to worry about everything. I just want to kind of worry about the one. So I'm just going to hold control, kind of scoot that up, center it, and we'll just kind of scale it in a little bit. Okay, that gets me a little bit more rounded of a look. So as we get more of these pieces kind of stacked next to each other, it'll start to create sort of like a nice stylized wood sort of look. Now what we want to do is we want to kind of like have this as a base piece, and then we'll kind of duplicate it around and duplicate it a couple of times and kind of vary it a little bit. So for instance, let's pull this back. So here's the one that we started with. I'm just going to hit delete. And let's do something like that. Something like that. Okay, so what we want to do, let's rename this so that we know this is the main board here. Okay, I want to take this, and we're just going to say, real quick and easy, flip it around. Okay, so now we have two different boards. We have this one, and we have this one. They might seem different, but they're exactly the same. You know. What we can do though to be able to vary it up just a little bit more, just kind of smooth that out or something. Just get a little bit of just smoothing out some of these edge points. Like that might be a little bit too much. Let's this will help to kind of vary the tightness of these different points, and it just kind of makes for a nice way to be able to soften those edges in a very organic sort of way. And I'm trying to keep these fairly square. I'm not trying to break the silhouette too much, because I want to make sure that I can. Let's go ahead and kind of pull this around or something like that. I want to make sure that I can. Something like that. That when I smooth it, so like when I get all the boards put together, I can use my move brush to kind of give it a little bit more of that stylization, the wonk and things like that. I want to make sure that these ends stay a little bit more square. So I'm going to add in some more slices just down here at the end to keep it so that it keeps the corners better. And that's pretty doggone nice. Just going to kind of smooth out the bottom. In fact, what I can do, let's do the similar sort of thing with the bottom, like we, that's going to be messed up. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say delete edge. Oh, interesting. Just say delete a poly then, I guess. That's fine. Say bridge edges. Delete that. Go back in, say insert. Stitch to the endpoint. And then we'll just say bridge. And we got to bridge these points so that it creates that full shape down there. We'll say spin. Yeah. Alright, that'll work better. Just hold up just a little bit nicer in smoothing and whatever, so we have a cleaner piece of geometry to whatever extent. Okay, so you can see like now we're getting kind of more of that stylized wood sort of look. So what we're going to do, Control Shift D. Just going to smooth out some of these areas, maybe move them. And I'm trying to be aware of more or less like how things are in certain instances. Like right there, I was able to kind of just take things and move them over a little bit, call it a new piece. Just kind of do something like that, do something like that, smooth it out some. Okay, so I mean now we've got 1, 2, and 3. This one is super rigid. This one's got kind of a nice swirl to it. Let's give it a little bit more swirl to these other pieces, just because I feel like that helps to boost kind of the organic feel that I want. So let's do just something simple. Do something like this. Let's go ahead and slice this. And in fact, since we've gone through and made some modifications to these pieces, let's go ahead. I'm just going to delete this one. And this one's got all the things fixed on it, so that's good. So we'll just go ahead and just call this one. Actually, let's take this one, move this up, and we'll just call it 1. That way, okay, so there's 1, 2, 3. Okay, so between these 3 pieces, we might be able to pull it off. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to start arranging these pieces. Let's go ahead and turn off the apartment layer. Arrange that so that it's like something like that. And then we'll take this other piece and pull it over here. Okay, so what I want to do, I'm going to Control Shift D, Control Shift D, Control Shift D, and we're going to say merge down on all of these. Okay. I'm going to just kind of fix this so that there's less gap between the pieces. It's charming to have some gap, but I don't want to have like too much gap. Okay, this is where things start to get real fun. Yeah, I just don't want to have enough gap to see like a creature coming up through the cracks, you know, to to drag somebody down or whatever. So we're gonna do something like this, and then I'm just gonna hold Control, drag it out, so that's something like that. Okay, let me see. So some of the things that I'm seeing that I want to kind of tweak, I'm getting this little bit of a gap here, so I'm trying to fix that in this sort of way. And then above that, there's this little piece that's kind of creating a bit of a gap that's a bit annoying. So let's do that. Let's drag this over. I guess let's just drag it up again. You know what? Instead of dragging it over, let's drag this down. And in fact, what we probably want to do is have these pieces, bring them over here or something like that. I don't want to do that. Let's go ahead and say select rectangle. Let's bring these, Control A. Let's bring everything back, and we'll say something like that. Control Shift A, Control A, bring everything back, and bring this over. And in this way, we're able to go through and just kind of control and add in like full pieces. Okay, so now that we have this, now we can go ahead and we can take that over just enough to kind of meet up. And then I'm just going to let, I guess I don't want to really do it like that. Let's see. Let's see. How do I want to do this? I need it to match up. I'm gonna try something like that. Now you know what? We'll just kind of go ahead and just do this freehand. Ooh, here's a good idea. I'm just going to go ahead and Control W, so that way we have two polygroups. And then we're just going to go ahead and duplicate it over. Right? That works. Okay, so now I've got this big span of wooden floor. You can tell that it's, you know, fairly uniform and that it's going to be, you know, like way too regular and common. So I'm just going to come in here with my move brush and just kind of move things around just a little bit. Particularly stretching things so that it's less recognizable as a pattern when you look at it from an angle. I mean, I still want it to feel kind of like a pattern, but I don't want it to feel so much like a pattern that it's like it's going to be a pain in the butt trying to hide the duplication. There we go. Okay, so now for a few of these areas, we want to kind of vary the height a little bit, but just a little bit. Like we want to be like very subtle in how much we play with the height of some of these pieces, but we do want to make sure that there is some variation because it'll help the boards to feel more worn and more handmade. I think that brings more of the human element to it, less of the ZBrush. So you notice I got my screen at a kind of a tilt. That'll kind of help to get a little bit more of a variation. Sometimes bringing it out and then bringing it back in can help too. And that'll help to give you just a little bit more of a natural, organic sort of feel. So like now we're starting to get to more of the fun stuff, where things are going to start to feel a little bit more fun instead of so rigid and not fun. Yeah, that lived in sort of feel, exactly. I'm just going to kind of vary up some of these pieces so that they do feel a little bit less less generated. Pull this one down this way. Come over here and do another similar sort of pass where it's like just barely tapping on this thing and making it so that it's a little bit more lived in. And I don't know, once we get to a point of seeing the whole scene together, we might decide that we want to create a floorboard that feels like it's really out of place, like total trip hazard sort of out of place. But it'll depend very heavily on what it is that we feel once we see everything together. Right now, we just kind of want to get the more subtle sort of stuff going in there. Okay. Yeah, trying to get, maybe I'll fix some of these little spots over here. Get a little bit more of a changed angle or something like that. I thought about going through and kind of putting nails in, but I was like, I don't know that we need nails. Okay. That's feeling pretty good. That's feeling pretty good. So let's go ahead and call that floor. I'm actually just going to go ahead with my let's go to slice curve, and I'm just going to trim off this bottom. You can see, like, as we drag this across, it's going to show us what's going to get, like, where that slice is going to happen. So what I want to do is I want to take the bottoms off. So we only need the tops. And in fact, oh, we messed that one up. So maybe instead of going through and slicing it, let's do it this way. Let's say polygroups, say group front. So you see now we're getting kind of more of a, it's not really quite getting the same effect that I'm hoping for. Oh shoot. Angle, change that to like 10. So we'll say, make it all just one single poly group, and then we'll go ahead and say group front. Let's take it up a little bit higher. Sometimes you have to experiment a little bit. Okay, here's what I want to do. Control Shift X just a couple times. And that should get me what I need. With interest, it looks like. Let me get rid of some of these little scragglers down here at the bottom. We'll have to be careful. We'll have to go back and make sure that we're not eliminating pieces that we need. But for right now, I'm just going to get rid of these little hanging bits here. There we go. I could really go for like some pho right now. Be amazing. But I won't. Okay, looks like I didn't get rid of anything that I needed. Do I still have stragglers? I do. Okay, no holes, right? No holes. Make it darker so we can see it a little bit better. Cool, no holes. So let's do that. Say geometry, delete hidden. So now we have our floorboards just kind of ready to go. Ready to go. Okay, so what I want to do, let's bring back our apartment. Tiny little apartment. We'll just shrink this down. Yeah, we'll leave it so that it's facing this direction. I think that that will work pretty well for us. I do want to make sure that I have enough floor to kind of cover everything. And this kind of match things up a little bit better. Some of these pieces are not matching up at all. It's like they don't want me to be happy. Just kidding. Alright. Okay, so this is coming together. I'll just use the move topological brush, get things to match up a little bit more easily. 24/7. Okay, that's funny. That's funny. +7. You must be into pho if you've come up with a pun like that. I mean, I'm proud of that one. That's a good one. The other thing that sounds really good, I make these ham and cheese sliders every once in a while. They're really good. They got like Worcestershire sauce sort of marinade that I make, and it's following a recipe. I can't remember where I found the recipe, but it's super good. So super good. Let's go ahead and kind of pull this so that it's filling that area a little bit better. Pull it up. Alright. Look at that. It's almost like it's a real apartment now. Oh, okay. So now what I need to do is that there are a ton of these that are just outside of that zone, and I don't know if I'm going to need anything for this area over here where I might potentially do a kitchen, but I know for sure that I don't care to have anything kind of to the right over here or to the left over here. So I'm just going to come over and say Control Shift A, and then we'll say delete. The other thing that I can do is I can come over here, Control Shift A, delete those. I could go through if I wanted to, and I will at some point. I'll come over and I will take like my slice curve, and essentially just go ahead and cut off anything that I don't want. But that'll be for another time. Right now, I want to make sure that I have enough for what I need. Yeah, I'm going to take these bottom pieces. Let's get rid of those, because if I need to, I can still go through and duplicate this off. And you know, it doesn't match up perfectly yet, but I'd be able to bring it down and move it over. Essentially do this sort of thing so that it fits. Finagle it around, whatever. Okay, so we got this sort of thing going on. That is great. It's already starting to feel so much more alive and so much more of an environment, which is awesome. That's always what we want. Okay, so we've got this. I need to hit save because I don't think I've saved this whole time, and that would be a crying shame if I were to lose. I'm not gonna lie, I'm super curious about what this is. package that came earlier. I'm not sure exactly what it is. Gotta grab a little snack. I'm thinking about food. Mm. Yeah, it's gonna work pretty well. Okay. I do want some sort of like floor runner. So what I want to do is here in my model. Let's go ahead. I'm gonna actually use my slice curve to cut in a new ring of topology that's going around down there. In fact, I probably don't even need to. Yeah, I think I will. I'll keep it like this for now. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, let's switch over to my select lasso. Grab that, grab that. Uh-oh. I think ZBrush is crashing. Ah, oh, I'm glad we just saved. Let's close that out too so that it's not taking up any space, any memory. Recovered files, thank you. Yeah, I love that about ZBrush, how it'll go through and save out files for you to use to recover. I'm going to say Control W just to make sure that that's all one poly group. That's what I want to do. I'm going to say extrude polygroup island. Well, polygroup all. And then I want to extrude it out. Split hidden. Floor runner. Okay. Now I may or may not. Let's hit solo for a second. I may or may not keep this way, but yeah, I mean, I may have to go through and kind of figure out a different way to do this. I do have another plan on how to do it if it doesn't work the way I want, but you know, at least there's a plan. There are multiple ways to do it. Did you have to model environment and props with your past projects at different studios? Yes. Like that's all I did when I was at DreamWorks. That's what I did when I was at Disney. It's kind of environment and props. Yeah. I enjoy it. It's fun. It's Comic Art Week on ArtStation. Whatever that means. I was going to kind of extrude that out a little bit. Keep it fairly simple. Got to make sure that these ends are their own polygroup, or else it's going to kind of mess things up for me. Yeah, let's get all the ends so they're all the same. Just in case, you know? Just in case. Okay, I mean, something like that's not bad. I do need to work on getting like the creases in there and things like that, but otherwise, not too bad. Something like that. It's open. That one needs some help. What about you, Quicks? You said you were at PDI, right? What did you do at PDI? And were you part of the group that was there when they, you know, in essence, kind of shut it down? One more over here. Yeah, I mean that was disappointing when they did shut down PDI. I mean, a lot of the people that are at the main campus studio came from PDI. Um, but yeah, it's kind of an interesting situation. It's terrible and it's super hard because I mean there are so many people that that were let go. But yeah, it's one of those things that's kind of hard to deal with. You know, you hear about these things happening with other people, and I mean it's just as hard as if it were happening to you because you know because it is. Let's get rid of what's on the outside because we don't need that. Okay, so it was a long time before all that happened. Well, that's pretty cool. It's kind of nice to be able to get the kind of the the inside scope of what's happening with the films and stuff. I like going to dailies. Oops. Let's go ahead and get these masked again so that they're definite polygroup changes. I'm going to actually add in procedural creasing. Let's take the creasing down to like something like that. And take our dynamic up to 3. No, that's not good enough. Might need to take it up another level or add in support edges. Adding in support edges can always help. Always helps keeps the shape. That's why it's called support edge. Oh, not polygons, I want edges. Insert. Let's test the shape first before we. Yeah, that's good. That'll do what we want. Globus. Something like that. You too can support edges for a low cost of 50 cents a week. They don't need much. All they need is a toothbrush and a place to sleep. That's a funny one. I actually quite appreciate that. Yeah, we'll get both of these at the same time. Just kind of boom, like that. All right. How you doing, Indy? I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. Kind of sad that this cookie's out. It's funny. It's one of those Panda Express cookies, but it tastes like a Chips Ahoy. It's awesome. Let me see. I'm trying to decide how much I like. In fact, maybe what I'll do is I'll say insert single edge loop. It's like something up there, and then get rid of that one. I kind of like the idea of having kind of that round top up there. Oops. Go ahead and do the same thing over here. I've been jumpy ever since that earthquake. Scott Eaton, that was the one that I was trying to look for earlier. It's only the first week. Shoot. Yeah, that's always funny. So this is the first week at of the fall term in Noman too. So I'll be getting my new students on Friday. I'm ready to grind them up. Just kidding. Yeah, it's pretty fun. I am trying to decide though how it is that I want to. How is it I want to deal with this? Maybe I need to go through and let's do something like this. Let's say crease, and let's see if we like this uncreased here. It's like the thing that's kind of hard with this is that it's making it feel like it's kind of a double tiered sort of thing. And so I might just go ahead and get rid of the lower tier. Yeah. Yeah, let's get rid of the lower tier. So I'm going to say QMesh polyloop. No, maybe not. QMesh flat island. Let's do that a couple of times there. How come we... So that way it gets rid of our pieces. Makes it so we have something nice and clean that's going around the floor of the room. Put something like that. Yeah. Yeah. That's like when you get that kind of I'll say whiff. When you get when you feel like a place is going to go under, be shut down, or whatever, it's definitely the time to switch. And so, yeah, that's definitely a good idea. I wish that I had I actually don't. I've never been in that situation where it's like, I wish that I had thought to get out before it was too late. Okay. Now that we have some of this going in here, let's make this place feel lived in. I might have to put the floor up in there, but maybe I'll just leave it for now. No, maybe not. Let's put it in there. Okay. All right. So the thing that's so terrible about these pieces, I'll show you a few things. So look at the topology in this, in the way that it flows. And like I've got topology flowing from the top down into the corner. Just like, what in the heck was I thinking? And then I've got, this over here is kind of, it works. That'll work just fine. So I can go through and kind of bridge this across. But what I want to do is once I bridge this across to here, I want to kind of extend it out down at the bottom, extrude it out at the bottom so that it's, so that I can fill in where the rest of that cushion should go. Okay, a lot of things happening here that's really messy. And really, quite honestly, I think I was just trying to get the shape in there. I had a lot less of a, I guess a lot less of an idea of what structured modeling ought to look like. So yeah, it's kind of a pain. But you live and you learn. You live and you learn. Okay, so what I've got, let's go ahead, let's do this. I'm going to say delete single poly, that'll work. You know what? We're just going to delete this whole, stop it. I keep forgetting to like trade back after I switch to that particular brush. Say geometry please. It's one of the tricky things about the extrude function on this new Z modeler brush is that sometimes they sometimes it'll snap to the wrong thing, and you can fix that by changing your snap distance, but yeah. I haven't obviously. Let me see, single row, cool. Yeah, and you can change all these things kind of on the fly by using combinations of alt and control and shift. um I rarely do. There we go. So right there, by hitting shift, I was able to alternate between like, oh shoot, I was able to alternate between where pieces, or I guess how those edges extrude out. If it's perpendicular or parallel or whatever to the surface that I'm extruding it from. So oh poop, come on. Might just have to use like regular. Yeah, let's do this. I'm gonna say collapse polyloop. We're just gonna collapse that down so that it's not even in the picture. Then we'll just take this and we'll say slide. We're gonna make this so that it's a little bit more uniform, hopefully, in shape. let's say close holes. Okay, so now we know what we've got. That we can say delete edge, delete that edge, delete that edge, delete that edge, delete that edge, this edge and that edge. Okay. So what I want to do right now, let's go ahead and we're going to say mask polygroup. Hold control and kind of drag that down. What has been the most useful thing you have done for yourself while under quarantine? Since we're kind of living in this new world order, what's been the most useful thing you have done for yourself? Or I guess maybe it doesn't have to be the most useful thing, but what's the most what's the biggest thing that you've done for yourself? Because I mean, it doesn't have to be like an advancing yourself professionally. It could be I took 3 weeks where I decided I was just going to sleep in, or what else do people do when they don't have to wake up? um, I decided I would get dressed in the morning anyway, even though I didn't have anywhere to be, or whatever. Okay, that's starting to feel a little bit better. Yeah, yeah, getting good topology. It's it's everything to me now. And I thought it was everything to me then, and maybe it was just that I just didn't know any better, which is very possible. Um, it's very possible. I think what I might do. So I try to add like downloadables and things like that for people who are part of my Patreon, who are subscribed to my Patreon page. Um, Kind of cool. And so I think what I might put up for this month's download, might put up these floorboards. Jan, when you worked on environments, did they give you reference? Yeah, most of the time. Hey Fabio, how you doing? Most of the time, you will get lots of reference, lots of concept to follow, those sorts of things. Um, and it depends on the production and the art director and kind of what their style is of um, and what your position is too. Because like I've got a couple of friends actually over at DreamWorks, for instance, where they're essentially part of the art department. Um, and so part of their job is going through and deciding essentially what the final model ought to look like. Um, it's a very similar position to what I was in when I was doing my project for Netflix. My project for Netflix was concept sculptor. I was the kind of the final step in the concepting phase for them. Um, and so that was a lot of fun. So I essentially got to go through and create a benchmark model to show, this is what things need to look like in the end. This is what we're shooting for. I worked closely with the art director, and we got it to, the point where they wanted to be able to. You're like, okay, that's what we want to have in our show. So it's a similar sort of idea. I've got one friend who goes through and he's a concept modeler at DreamWorks, um, and his part in that is really just kind of making sure that the environment is fully developed, or that the whatever it is that he's working on is fully developed in 3D, so that there's a full understanding of what's there. But then his models are, they're clean and they're ready to go, so they end up just becoming part of the film, with possible like model minimum tweaks. Try saying that at all, just minimum tweaks. Oh, I dropped off my mail-in ballot this morning and got a paper cut. It's the thanks I get for voting, right? Yeah, so it's kind of fun. But yeah, typically you're intended to stay really close to whatever concepts you're given, unless otherwise stated. But yeah, it really does come down to that, to the art director's style, what your position is in that film, in that project, whatever. Watching more streams from different artists, watching their workflows. It's been really fun interacting and learning new things, which I'm always trying to do. Working from home, and still watch these streams while doing my daily modeling job for work. Yeah, absolutely. That's kind of one of the fun things about this sort of stuff. Uh, yeah, it's funny. No designers would be easy, more helpful if they're provided guidelines for sure. Yeah, I mean, it definitely helps because it allows you to understand more of the direction that they're wanting to go in. I'm doing pretty good, Fabio. How are you doing? Yeah, I've been having fun with some environment modeling today. I know it looks like a weird piece of bread or something like that right now, but it'll be something real. I'm gonna go through. Let's. Oh, it's already. Select lasso. Control W. That way we can get the poly group there. I'm just going to say go ahead and extrude poly group all. Let's extrude it out a little bit like that, so that it's got the nice border going around. One of the things I try to keep in check is like these 5-pointed stars. I don't want them to be right on the edge because that'll create a little bit of an artifact when it's smoothed out. And so anytime I get like a 3-pointed star or 5-pointed star, I want to keep those off of the edge as much as possible. So I get the extra little buffer in there. Oh, pardon me. And then I can come in and I can say, and just change back to the mask glass. So I think I might have changed away from it once so now we get like a nice little intersection there. And now we can just kind of fit it to our couch. Or to the little seat anyway. It's not really a couch, it's just a seat. To connect the two things and Fabio Instagram. In case you actually, I actually don't know if I have another Fabio. Unless you're the same Fabio from class. Are you the same Fabio from class? Because I think that's the only other Fabio that I've had. From okay, so you're not him then. I couldn't remember his last name, but he's Italian, or his dad is Italian and his mother is British, and so he grew up. He was born and raised in England, but he was one of my students at Noman. Um, Italian, 100%, 100%. Okay, this cushion is nasty. So bad, so bad, so bad. Okay, so what can I do to salvage what I have? Let's go ahead and see what we've got. I'm just gonna go ahead and collapse. Actually, let's do this. Let's say delete single poly. I don't know how this got like this. It really drives me nuts though. I got a better idea. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say this and this. Control Shift S to shrink it down. Just kind of delete that bottom piece. Let's get this over here as well. Let's see. Delete hidden. Now let's go ahead and let's say delete edge. Okay, so what I want to do is made you LinkedIn, writing everything, adding friends for, then contact someone for internship or some opportunities. Awesome. Yeah, that's the way to go. That's perfect. That is perfect. That's exactly the kind of thing that you're going to want to do too. Um, yeah, you're on your way. Let me see. Okay, so now that we've got this, I'm just going to go ahead and extrude all polygons. Just pull that down. Gotta move. In these days, I want to start with another model. I took a break for almost 2 months for other problems. Before the end of summer, I started a kind of drone. That'll be pretty cool. Drones are fun. I don't know if something happens to you that you're going to start a model and then you wish that would disappear. I want to change the concept. Yeah, yeah, I get that all the time. Most people do. It's a funny. Um, okay, I don't know if funny is the right word for it, but it's definitely kind of yeah, kind of funny. I don't want to use projectile because I don't want this to become what it is underneath. I want this to stay a cushion. Um, yeah, and so I mean, this isn't even working in symmetry. This is super super wonky and not uniform and everything. I want to keep it that way. And so by modeling like this, I mean the way that I had originally modeled it was symmetrically, and it was really easy to go through, model it, and then wonkify it. Add the shape. Um, But now what I'm trying to do is just kind of make it so that it works right. And then I want to go through and actually add in like some trim, some tubing. So like for instance, let's come up here. I've got like this piece, that piece. Okay, so what I want to do, I'm going to, now let's come over here, I guess, to polygroups, auto groups. So that way I've got the piece for the front and piece for the back. Okay, so what I want to do is I'm going to come over here. I'm going to say, is it under stroke? Curve functions, border. We'll just do that. Okay. You could also get it by hitting just 7. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and now that I have this, I'm going to go ahead and select my curve tube. I want to come over to stroke. I'm going to go modifiers. Let's bring this all the way up to the top. And then I'm going to hit noise. Oh, I gotta hit the size as well. And it's gotta be a lot smaller. That's a lot of noise. Okay, so let's go ahead and pull that noise down. Okay, so I mean, it's getting me like a little bit of a tubing. Oh, that's too big. So we'll just take it all the way down to 1, see if we can get it to be about what we want. And that's looking pretty alright. I mean, it's one of those things where I think, yeah, it's just going to take some tweaking or whatever to get it so that it fits the way that I want it to. And I might actually want it to go down, kind of hide the tubing. I think that's helping it to feel a little bit more cushion-like. So we'll do something similar for this once we have the shape in there the way we want it. It's really thin right now, and I want it to feel a little bit more. I'll say buoyant. So we'll just do something like this. And we'll go ahead and we'll kind of fix this so that it fits a little bit better. There are some things that when you're modeling something that you ought to just hide. Like I'll probably go through and delete some of that tubing just because I don't need it. Let's go ahead and take this and kind of push it back some. That's looking so much nicer. I'll probably add in like a throw pillow or something like that. You know, just have some fun with it. Okay, so now we've got this pillow here. We'll go ahead and we will add in, let's hit 7 and bring those back. And we'll do the same thing, curve tubes, make sure my draw size is at 1, tap it. Oh, now it wants to work. Let's make sure that dynamic is turned on. Whoa, that was big. Bring it back down to 1. There we go. Yeah, so this is part of that scene. It's not the sofa, it's actually just a seat. But, oops. Um, but yeah, I mean, it's just kind of fun. In fact, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get rid of that. And then let's hit 7, because I think that'll get me a better shape. Geometry, delete lower. And then we can go ahead and we can get our curved tubes. And in fact, we can use our curved multi-tubes. Si lo puedo encontrar. There we go. Bring that down all the way to 1. And now that'll get me both. Oh, come on, give me a good curve. Give me 1. See, I like how this bottom one turned out. It's kind of nice how it matches up with the other one, but I don't mind it being more what's it called? More high resolution, because it'll hold those corners better. So I mean, what I might do, let's go ahead and hit 7 again. Let's go ahead and tap on that, so that way we get the denser stroke down here as well. Okay, so I'm going to keep this. I'm going to keep that. I'm going to keep that. Control Shift A, so we keep everything. We'll say delete hidden. And there we go. There's that little cushion for the bottom, for the seat of the seat of the seat. Yeah, so let me show you quickly what we've done so far just today. I'm going through and trying to fix this little seat right here, but I've also gone through. I've remodeled the walls to an extent. It's not completely done yet. And then I've gone through and I have made a wood floor, which will be really cool to have at some point. So got that. Say armchair. I'm going to say transpose set. And I just want to make sure that the chair, that the furniture is sitting on top of the wood. I don't want it to be like, going down through the wood. It's just kind of atypical, if you were to ask me. Something like that. Let's try that out. Oh, that's pretty good. Okay, so we got something like this going on. That's turning out pretty nicely. For the back, I kind of want to go ahead and add in like a couple of those buttons. How many planks did I model? I modeled 3 different types. Let me show you, and I'll be making them available as part of my Patreon download this month. So I've got this one, which you can see like it's really simple, but it's got this like this grain kind of built into it. That's really kind of just fun, just something fun, but needs to feel worn and lived in. Oh, I wonder why. Oh yeah, because I had to move them. Okay. Yeah, it's not sculpted, so it's actually all the creases and whatnot. They're modeled in. Um, yeah, so it's just kind of a fun way to. Let's see. Let's make sure that this is hit home. Hit home. And then let's get this in the center. Hit center. Hit home. Okay, so now you can see I've got this piece, got this piece, and I've got this piece. And really, it's just I've used the same topology and I kind of moved it around, so it's a little bit different, but it's the same same piece, and it's easy for me to go through and kind of tile it a little bit, create create different patterns. Um, and yeah, so I was able to go ahead and create those three, and then using those three, I was able to create a whole grid of a whole bunch of different pieces. You can go back and watch the stream if you'd like. It'll have like how I went through and kind of varied it so that it's got some height variation. You see like it's lower here, and you got like a little piece that's kind of jutting out. I tried to make it feel like it's a little bit more lived in. So yeah, lots and lots of fun. I really enjoy these sorts of things. In fact, let me see this particular piece. I'm going to say split hidden real quick. Control D just to soften it out, and then let's go geometry, and then we'll merge it back down. Okay. With this yellow piece, one of the things we want to do, let's go ahead, let's hide some of this. We're just going to hide the parts that we're going to keep. Bring that back a little bit, something like that. Okay, so now let's go ahead and say delete hidden. Okay, I'm going to bring this in a little bit. Okay, so one of the things I want to do is I want to add buttons. So I've got like little buttons here. I also want to add in, I'm trying to debate whether I want just 1, 2, or if I want 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's, just for the sake of kind of testing it, let's grab our Z intensity down. That's way big. I think I might go ahead and do something more like, let's make it a little bit thicker. Yeah, I think having 2 is probably going to be best. In fact, maybe even just leaving it plain. I think leaving it plain might be best. One of the things I want to do, I'm going to use the clay brush. Just kind of give it like a little bit of an impression here, and that just kind of makes it feel more like it's been sat in. So this particular model was actually originally modeled in Maya, almost 10 years ago. What I'm doing right now is I'm using ZBrush to fix it up and clean up the topology, make it so that it actually is a clean model. Because like really, this is a mess. I hate the way that this topology flows. I don't like that it goes and kind of rays out into here. It needs to go just straight down. So that's what I'm working on doing right now. Is just kind of fixing the models for this scene. This is a scene that I've wanted to build out for the last 10 years. It's a project that I started in school. And so, in fact, let me just, actually, I don't think I have the thing open. Let me go ahead. So here's another one of the pieces. Again, modeled in Maya, but I'm bringing it into ZBrush so that I can fix it up, make it so that it's more appealing. The floor, I modeled the floor inside of ZBrush, and I've been using yeah, just these pieces that I modeled at the beginning of the stream to create a tiled wood floor. And then I went ahead and I used my move topological to kind of vary it up, make it more appealing. Um, yeah, really just kind of having fun with it. So yeah, I think what we're gonna do now. Let's go ahead. Let's fix the this section of the armchair. I better put my trash in the trash, or else my kids will see. Yeah, memory folds exactly. And I might have to go through and add more or whatever at some point, but that's enough for now. Get rid of that. Yeah, I'm sure that my the chair I'm sitting in right now probably has some amazing memory folds. Poor thing. Interesting. Smooth out some of these things. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Let us interesting. Collapse that edge down, collapse this edge down. I'm just trying to go through and kind of study what it is that's happening here real quick, just to see what it is that I need to fix. Looks like we got it. Just some weird issues. That's so weird. Okay. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. We are going to take Si me deja. Oh no, is it crashing again? Oh man, I wasn't even doing anything heavy. Dang it. Let's hit save. Just so that we at least have something to go back to. Okay, what I think I'm going to do nerds, come on. I think I might go ahead and just say like totally eliminate, at least in the most part, this bottom piece here. I might keep this this middle section, just for the sake of making sure that I have something there, to kind of outline where it is that I want the model to go. And let's go ahead and say delete hidden. I'm going to say delete island. In fact, maybe not the whole island. Let's do this because I think that there are pieces that I need to keep. Let's say bridge edges. Collapse that edge down. In fact, maybe I'll collapse the next edge down as well. Just to make sure that that's kind of sealed off. And then I want to, let's bridge this together. Next one. Ah, that's going to be a place where I'm going to want to fix though. Not island. Delete single poly. Collapse edge. Okay, now essentially what I want to do is I want to come through here and I want to say stitch. Oh, no. Delete a poly. Let's do that. Okay, stitch hole. So now you can see I went through and it closed it up. Oh, pardon me. Essentially, it's just time to go through and really clean up the topology that's there that doesn't need to be there. Make sure that that everything's just kind of creating a clean transition. So like right here, we're going to have these two bridge together, and that is so much cleaner of a transition than it used to be. Oh my goodness. Let me see. For this stuff right here, let's say collapse polyloop. Then we'll just kind of smooth that in. And we'll leave that the way that is for now. Okay. Just kind of slide that down. We'll bridge this together. Is this working the same way? Practically. Let's say extrude. Say stitch to midpoint. Okay. We're getting somewhere. Yeah, this has been a long stream. Okay, so one of the things that I'm thinking about doing that I think is definitely worth my consideration is modeling the arms separate from that middle piece, because a lot of times what you'll have, so I have two different ways of going about this. So you'll see a separation between the arms and the middle section, like the support section down underneath, because of the way that the fabric is tailored over the frame, over the pieces. So I could either go through and model them as separate pieces, or separate meshes within the same subtool, or I could go through and model them all together, and then use just like overlapping edge loops to be able to create the illusion of fabrics overlapping. Trying to decide what I think would be more cool. If anybody has any input, feel free to say, do it this way or do it that way. I might ignore you, but at least you'll have given your input. Just going to try to fix some of these shapes so that they are cleaner. Interesting how it's got like this one lazy edge loop that just kind of went zooming off into the background there. So that's nice. Okay, anybody's there? Favorite movie series? Go. What is your favorite movie series? too much pressure. Yeah, like a trilogy or anything really. So like if you were to say like Captain America, or if you were to say um, like for instance, Star Wars or Star Trek or um, Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings, all sorts of different little movie series that aren't necessarily just three films, not just a trilogy. Uh, so what you think? Back to the Future, Star Wars 4 through 6. You won't even take 1 through 3 or 7 through 9. I actually really quite like the 7 through 9. I really love the original Star Wars, but I don't mind the other ones either. I feel like they work, and a lot of people will disagree with me. I'm sure you do, but but it's fun. And that's kind of what I go for movies for, is having the fun. I love Maze Runner. Maze Runner series is really fun. Um, if you've never tried that one, you should give it a shot. Check it out from the library or something. I don't think it's on Netflix. Should be. Actually, it might be. That'd be awesome because I would totally watch it. I can't blame you. I can't blame you. I really like the original trilogy. It is kind of weird thinking about them as sequels since they were made first. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I haven't even finished that side yet. Fun. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. So right here, we're going to want to make sure that this is going up the side. There we go. Bridge those together. Pull these out. Sometimes it's just a matter of kind of figuring out what it is that works. Um, Indiana Jones is really good. I really like The Matrix, but usually never make it to the third movie. I honestly, it's funny. So everybody makes fun of me for, well, they don't make fun. So everyone's like, whenever they meet me, they're like, Mr. Anderson, and it's like, okay, yeah, I've heard it. I've heard it for the last 20 years, whatever. I'm just like, okay. Um, but it's funny because like I always get it. I always get it. But I've never seen The Matrix. I recently watched Inception, which is not nearly the same thing, but anyway, it was just kind of funny. It's like one of those whatever things. I did. Oh, what was it that I recently watched? Ooh, something that I wish that they would make a series out of. What is it that I just finished? Real Steel could be cool. to see a follow up of that. But it's also one of those that just it feels complete. And so I think that going through and making a sequel for that one would just be kind of too much. There we go. Stitch yourself up. All right, got that going on. Got that going on. Okay, cool. Just kind of go ahead and pull this out, and then we can go ahead and we can bridge things together, and then we'll have one side done. But in the very least, it's clean. Oh, speaking of clean, they just put Willow on Disney Plus. Yeah, Real Steel was pretty good. It's the one with Wolverine, Hugh Jackman. It's the one with Hugh Jackman. It's it's super good. I like the payoff. Um, Kind of a fun content sort of story. Um, and you can feel the character's motivation, and I think that's important, and I feel like it was successful in a lot of those sorts of ways. You really hated the bad guy, yeah, and you cheer for him because for the good guy because he's the underdog, and he's got things that he's trying to figure out. He's trying to be a better guy, and I don't know, it's great. Okay, okay, I'll just kind of fix that shape here. Yeah, it was a good one, and I wish that I could see more of the story, and I think that's kind of a mark to a good sequel is that it makes you want to see more. Captain Marvel is one that I want to see more of. Like I really I loved her story. I loved her motivation. I loved her development. Um, it helps that the design work was really cool. It just so much to that to Captain Marvel that I think was awesome. And I think that Captain Marvel is what Wonder Woman ought to have been. I think that Wonder Woman is really disappointing in my mind. Shazam was so good too. Oh man, that was such a good movie. That's one I want to see more of. In fact, I just watched that one yesterday or day before. Definitely super super fun. And it's funny because it's like so when I first saw the trailer, I was pumped. I was engaged. I was like, okay, this is gonna be my type of movie. The first time I watched it, I was kind of put off by the design of the Seven Sins, um, but I enjoyed the movie, and so I gave it another shot, and I enjoyed it so much more the second time that it was just like, yeah, yeah, we'll keep this. Like most movies, if I'm really interested in seeing it, I don't even go to the theater. I don't like being in the theater. I much prefer to watch movies in the comfort of my own home. It's just more comfortable. I can pause and get up to go to the restroom or grab a snack or whatever. I don't have to pay $20 for a snack. All those sorts of things. Um, okay, so that'll be good. So yeah, I really don't like going to the movie. Light from my hands. Yeah, that was perfect. Did you see that? I caught a bus right after you crashed it. Yeah, that was a great film because of the character development. I mean, you could see like there is well that and the dude that played Shazam himself. I mean, that was so fun to see the way that he still felt like a young kid, and it was just I don't know. It's not the kind of performance you run into every day. And so it was just fun. It was really really nicely done. And I mean, each of the characters had their motivation, and they felt like they were well developed by the end of the film, and that was great. It's been a long time since I've seen Big. At first, I read that as Bing, and I was like Chandler. Bing. Let me see. This. Let me see. How did we do it on the other side? Okay, so that the one above the three-pointed star goes to the corner above the three. Okay, so that goes down to the corner. The right number. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that goes up there, so that should be fine. This should be a little further over. Let's bring this up like this. Now I gotta figure out what's missing. It's like, holy shnikes. Let's go ahead and bring this up. Just gotta clean up the surface, I guess, and try to figure out what's going on here. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Okay, so this just needs to be an extra third one going across. Let's say insert. hands, lining with my hands. I'm gonna have that stuck in my head for a while now. Let me see. Started watching this series called Raised by Wolves. I'm not sure I've heard of that one. Maybe I have. I can't think of what. No, I think I have heard of that one. I think I've seen the trailer for it too. I just haven't gotten into actually trying it out. Raised by Wolves. I got to watch or listen to Raising Dion. That was fun. That was actually a pretty fun one. It kind of caught me off guard too. Like I didn't think that what happened would have happened. That's always kind of fun, getting a good twist in a story. Or it can be anyway. It's about 2 androids. The Raised by Wolves one, right? Are tasked with raising human children on a planet after Earth was destroyed. So they're trying to regenerate like the human race or something. That's kind of interesting. Now, was it destroyed in like a global climate sort of way, or is it destroyed as in like alien invasion kind of way? Because if this is like an AI sort of thing. Oh, the first. Okay, so Ridley Scott was the one that wrote. Oh my goodness, was it Ready Player One or something like that? I know that that's a name that I recognize. I couldn't tell you who exactly he is. I'm good like that. Ridley Scott. My wife could tell you. She'd be like, remember? He's. Okay. So now I've got those. And just for the sake of kind of simplifying things down a little bit, let's kind of get rid of some of these edges through here. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. Need to make it double side. In fact, one of the things I could do, just to simplify things further, I'm just going to go ahead and say delete that. And then we're going to change the bridge in 2 holes. Polygon flat, minimum resolution. There we go. Gladiator. Blade Runner, okay. Gladiator, okay. Insert single edge loop. I'm just going to get rid of some of those. I don't need them. All right. Got to make sure that it's overlapping properly and it's not going past the rest of the model. Okay, but I also want to make sure it's not undershooting. Make sure this is over. And we'll pull it up. Okay, so far, that is so much nicer. What are my kids' favorite movies? Uh, we recently watched Jurassic Park, like the original 1995. 95? Is that right? 93? Yeah, the 1990s Jurassic Park. Um, the first one. The only one. Let's go through. Let's do this. And they really liked that. They've been into a super dinosaur kick lately, which is really funny. It's like my son doesn't really like scary things. Yeah, that's why my son keeps talking about dinosaurs. You heard that earlier, right? Yeah, he is. They're so funny. It's like they watched the what is it called, Camp Cretaceous or whatever that DreamWorks and NBC put out. Um, so that was fun, like they like that. They are super into that, and yeah, I mean, really, that's just been kind of their kick. Um, and it's funny because because of that they've learned a ton of like dinosaur names, like the proper dinosaur names. Um, yeah, I mean, it seems like it was well done. It seems like it was fun, and the kids have fun with it, and so yeah, I mean, it's a good deal. I mean, I also had friends from college who were like super into dinosaurs. I had a student that was super into dinosaurs. Yeah, the trailer, I don't know, I don't remember the trailer very well, but the kids enjoyed it. It's not one that I think I would sit down to watch myself. Um, I would rather kind of like flash back to my own childhood cartoons like Gargoyles and Recess and what else was good when I was young. But take a bite of my own nostalgia. So I feel like what they've been doing lately with cartoons seems like it's much more about taking kids on adventures and trying to help them enjoy like different aspects of the world or whatnot. Um, not it's not always, I don't know. It's not all about escapism. It's not all about whatever, and that's fine. That's great. You know, they're trying to make something more substantial out of entertainment, but for me, it's like the stuff that I would rather watch is probably just the more entertainment type stuff. Specifically, the stuff that I super enjoyed growing up or as a kid. You know, Gargoyles or Avatar: The Last Airbender or those things. Wizards was pretty good. Are you talking about which Wizards are you talking about? Are you talking about the one that they just came out with, Wizards of Arcadia? Because that was fun. I actually kind of liked that one. It took me a little while to get into. Like I don't like the what's it called, Nine Below, um, which is the one with like the aliens or whatever. I couldn't get into that one just because the characters felt too weird. Um, but I really like Arcadia, Tales of Arcadia, Troll Hunter. In fact, Troll Hunter, like every time the new season came out, I like binge watched it like that, you know, just like I'd turn it on and kind of go to work. It was a fun one. It's not the most amazing, like artistically, um, but it's fun, you know, and I think that's good. Okay, that is looking much better. Okay, so now for these parts, I also want to have some trim. I probably want to have trim here on this bottom piece, just kind of like between that piece and the cushion. Right, what I want to do, let's raise this up a little bit. Let's go ahead and kind of push this back some too. I want to make sure that the cushion doesn't like go back too far, but I want to make sure that it's not like coming out too far either. Oh yeah, yeah, it was with Guillermo del Toro. In fact, I got to see him on campus a couple times too. In fact, it was funny the first time I saw him. Um, I was with one of my buddies from the modeling team, and he like kind of elbowed me in the ribs, and he's like, "Dude, look over there, but don't make a scene, but look over there. That's Guillermo del Toro." It's like it was just funny. It was just funny. Yeah, I miss working with those guys. I had tried after I had finished up on How to Train Your Dragon to get on with the Troll Hunter, with the Nine Below, or whatever it's called, group over on the TV side, but they didn't have any openings, so whatever. Okay, let me see. So right here, I'm going to go ahead and start kind of deciding some polygroups for the sake of defining shapes. So I'm going to go ahead and say this crease, edge loop partial, crease edge loop partialer. Let's crease that. Oh, no, not that. Not that, not that. Okay, right there. Yep, that's good. Okay. So like what I do for other pieces, I'm going to also want to kind of soften the what's it called, the crease. Make sure that we're getting all of the necessary borders here. Yeah, let's just do this. We're gonna say crease. Good. Okay, so let's go ahead and soften those creases. Take it down to like 2, take our subdivisions up to 3. And then it makes it look softer, it makes it look nicer. It's on your art station you had to work on. Oh, I was on the third How to Train Your Dragon. The last one. It was fun. Had to design your own troll hunter, huh? No. As soon as either you're where I am or I am where you are, Mike, I'll totally do that. Makes me feel like a celebrity. Not that it'll make it like worth anything more than it is, but it's so. Uh, that was funny. Okay, so one year there was this young man at the ZBrush Summit who he had no idea who I was, but because I was talking to people who were people that he knew who they were, he was like, "Can I have you sign my book too?" You know, he's like going around getting autographs, kind of like Disneyland. Um, like where you go and you get the autographs of Mickey and Daisy, Donald, and yeah, it was wild. So he had me sign his little book. Oh, it was last year. It was last year at the summit. It was funny. Yeah, I'd never. I don't think I'd ever signed anything for anybody except for a check. Like or a receipt or whatever. Like, it was funny. I got asked to sign someone's book when I was working for Games Workshop. I said no. He just spent a lot of money on the book. I didn't want to ruin it. Yeah, it's one of those things. It's kind of hit and miss. I mean, like I think I had one friend that's very like he won't ask anybody to sign anything just because he feels like if I get a baby smartest, he sign its forehead. That one will have to go on my Instagram. um, yeah, he's like he doesn't see any point into getting things signed. It's just like, meh. It's like, what does it really do for the worth of the object? And then it's like, if you take a if you take a napkin and you sell it on eBay, you might get a penny for it. But if you take a penny or take a napkin that has been, that someone famous someone famous like wiped their face with or like kissed, like maybe like if Rihanna were to like kiss and sign a napkin or something like that. I don't know, somebody famous. I'm just trying to think. It's like that would go for hundreds of dollars, I'm sure. It'd be like people would be like, and it'd be people that would be all over like, dude, I want the napkin that Rihanna kissed. Just to follow that example, right? Okay, that is looking much better. I do want to get rid of these, make a new one, but probably just one. Ooh. S with a P inside. Nice. Yeah, a signed set of first edition Harry Potter books would definitely set you up for life. That's totally true. That's totally true. Of course, if I had a signed set of Harry Potter books, that's probably not one that I would ever sell. I quite admire and look up to J.K. Rowling and her ability to to really just I bet first editions are usually pretty crazy. Um, but yeah, I super look up to her. She's a good egg. Hit 7. Let's frame that bad boy. And we're going to get curved tubes. Oh, but I need it to be the right size first. Auto save. Wait, so your girlfriend just started reading the Harry Potter books, or she's rereading them? Because I mean, those things are like 20 years old now. Yeah, let me see. Let me do this. It says stroke, curve, not curve, curve modifiers, curve functions, delete. There we go. Okay. We got this, guys. We got this. Say crease PG. And then I want to say, yeah, let's just say crease. See if it works. That worked, that worked, that worked, that worked. Okay. I just wanted to check and be sure that I'm getting all the topology, I guess, that I need. Okay, so for this, I want to go through and do frame mesh, but I don't want it to handle creased edges. I just want it to do the polygroup borders. Okay, so let's do that. And now we'll go ahead and get curve tube. Bring that draw size down, and there we go. Sure is a whole lot of work for such one little thing, you know? It's like... puff this up a little, not puff it up, push it up a little bit, just so that it's got the trim. You can see the trim. Okay, so that's turning out. So now I want to grab this, and I want to get this one going. In fact, let's do it like this. I'm going to go ahead and hide that, Control Shift S, Control W. Alright, let's do it like this. We'll hit 7. No? No, let's go ahead and say border. Do it like that. Let's hit 5 just to be able to kind of screenshot that that curve. So now when I go ahead and hit my new curve, it'll keep it. Okay, that's looking much more polished and nice, and it's not perfect, but it looks more finished. And that's the idea of what we want with this W7. Tap that one. 5. Tap that one. Commit. Okay. We only have a couple more pieces to really be able to refine on this, which is awesome. A couple of things left to do before we have an actual final asset for for this living room scene. It's like, good grief. Call that pretty good for that. Let's add in the little buttons in here. So let's grab that IMM primitives. You know what? That's too intense, so we're going to drag this down. Something like that. That'll work. And I'm just going to kind of rearrange this just a little bit so that it's not a perfect circle. And then I need to add these actually to this to this other piece. Split that hidden. Alright, let's take this and put it to the orange. Okay. Sweet. It's so fun to see this like start to look so much better. I'm curious to what makes them so insanely popular. There are a lot of great books out there, so I wonder what makes these ones in particular explode in popularity. I don't know. I don't know. My partner read them as a kiddo with his mom, so it's nostalgic, and the vast array of characters were interesting and relatable to some degree. I could see that. Yeah, I mean they're I mean, like so the first book came out, I believe, when I was 11 or around that time, and so it's like, let me see, hold on. Hey Siri, when was Harry Potter first book published?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone was published the 26th of June, 1997.
Okay, so technically, first edition of the Philosopher's Stone was published in '97, which puts me at like not quite Harry Potter's age. um, but I think I discovered them when I was 11, so it's like whatever. So I felt like I was kind of growing with Harry Potter. Um, so yeah, it's kind of interesting from that standpoint. Do something like this. Let me see. I'm going to do the unthinkable. Ooh, that got super polished. Wow. Yeah, I don't want to do it like that. Okay, we're gonna just do it differently. Let's go through and make sure we have both sides, I guess. It seems to be complaining a little bit that I have stuff missing. Oh, dang it. But yeah, I mean, Harry Potter was fun. The first book didn't really catch my attention. I actually read the second book first. um, so yeah, that was interesting. Um, but I did really enjoy the second book, and so I went back and read the first book, um, which is kind of interesting to go in that sort of order. Um, I think my mom might have read the first book, and so she was kind of like skeptical of it. She's not really big into like witchcraft and things like that, and so she just kind of read too much of that into it. Um, Me personally, I really like kind of the good versus evil sort of motif that that it and so many other stories have. Um, yeah, let me see. Polygroup flat, resolution down to 1. I'll probably keep these like super insanely simple. Um, One, because I kind of like the cylindrical sort of look. Two, because we're never going to see anything other than just a little bit of having it sticking out. Um, let's go ahead and say crease PG. Yeah. So we'll just keep it like that. Yeah. Kind of play with that shape a little bit. Something I didn't do too much of. I did do some cleaning up of the shape, but I didn't really do any like playing with the shape to see if I can push and pull the design a little bit. Well, and it's funny is like I wonder if some of these other authors that have just sold like bajillions of books, Leo Tolstoy or Walt Whitman or any of these other authors that are long deceased, Edgar Allan Poe, if they were still alive, what they would think of the popularity and of the all that they were not able to achieve or see in their own lifetime. And smooth this out, and then we'll kind of push it back in. There we go. I'm going to call that done. That looks great. Now what I might do, I have a sofa as well for this scene, but instead of going through and fixing up the sofa, I will probably just go ahead and use this same model and modify it um, to kind of replace the old sofa. So let's go ahead and turn on the scene. We're starting to get further and further along. Yes. Maybe I could put the restroom right here. I gotta think about this. I'm gonna sketch it out in my sketchbook real quick. Oh, that works. Cool. Okay. So I gotta go to like a plain view. Okay, so I've got it's pretty square. Then I gotta put in the doorway right here. Got two windows over here. I don't know. I don't know. I might have to think about how to arrange this because I do feel like I want to have like a bedroom over here. Yeah, having a bedroom over here would be great. Having a bedroom in front of it would be great. Obviously, having a walkway kind of between them would be great. Let me see. You know what? Okay. So I'm going to have hallway, bedroom, master bedroom. Okay. Living room. Okay, so I think I do what I want to do. Let's do this. I'm going to model this in real quick because I'm going to forget it if I don't. I do want to have kind of more of an open concept going between the living room here and the dining room kitchen area behind it. So what I'm going to do, let's grab this section here. I'm going to say that I want to take In fact, maybe not even that high. Maybe I just need to have like a little bit of a gap there. And then I might just be able to get rid of that entire red wall right there. Geometry, modify topology, delete hidden. Okay, and then for this, the reason why I don't want to get rid of, in fact, maybe I do want to get rid of this. And we'll have like a countertop right here. And then I'll have like cupboards on this other side. So that's kind of what I want to achieve with this. Let's get the runner. Get rid of that. Delete hidden. Is that? That is part of the wall. Okay. I can play that game. Let's not get rid of that blue part though. Okay, so we've got that. Say delete hidden. Now I'm trying to remember. Rolling just released quite recently the Cursed Child is what it was called, if I remember right. Has anybody read that? Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Whatever. I haven't, which is why I figured I'd ask. Do something like this. Let's say extrude. See, I should have thought about that before I deleted everything. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Let's take that. You know what? You know what? We're just gonna go ahead and we're just gonna do this. Say delete hidden. Let's grab this. Delete hidden. Okay. So now what I'm gonna do, we're just gonna extrude it. Extrude all polygons. And extrude it in a direction away from the piece that's in the inside. And the reason why is I want to make sure that I maintain I think I might have just totally killed some of my everything. Let's go ahead and say display properties flipped. Okay, I only really want this wall to be is that so pointy? Yeah. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. Take this polygroups, group by normals. I want to get rid of this one. Oh wait, I guess let's do it the other way. So instead of doing it the way that I want to get rid of, let's keep this one, this one. Okay, so far as that goes, yeah, let's do this. Geometry, delete hidden, delete flat island. All right. Get rid of all these extra pieces that I don't need. Let's do this. Whoa. Close that out. Just make sure that's all nicely flattened. Which I can't tell for sure if it is or not because these pieces. Getting some interesting artifacts down here. So much. So much. Go ahead and fill that in. Fill this in. That's better. Okay, so one of the things that I'm seeing, I've got like this weird, you know what? Let's bring it all the way to the end here. Let's see exactly what's going on here. I'm going to say extrude polygroup island. Something like that. Okay. So now that's getting me my wall thickness that I'm hoping to get. my head hurts. I may very well. I'm not entirely sure what's going on right here, so I'm just going to go ahead and delete some of these things. I am not in any way sure what in the heck is going on with some of these things here. Oh, I see. Let's keep that where it is then. I will bring this into being more level with that. Oh, good grief. Because of course, every time I try... Oh my goodness. Okay, we're backing it up. Go back to before the thickness. Okay. This is where we were at before the thickness. I'm just gonna call it right here. Just creating way too much. Too much. Okay, I want to do something actually a little bit simpler. Okay. I'm gonna say auto root. And then I want to hide this, and then let's hide this, and then delete hidden. Or I guess that's not the only thing that I want to delete hidden on, but you know, whatever. Let's go ahead. We'll do this. Now we should be good. Delete hidden. Okay. Now I want to go ahead and say flip faces on island. And now we can make this work. Órale! There we go. Connect at the top. Connect at the bottom. We are in business. Let's go ahead and say bridge edges. I would say go ahead and like do double, but we'll have to see. Let's do this. Double. This way I can go ahead and I can see what I'm bridging. What am I doing? Turn off double. And there we go. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to make sure that this is bridged together as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say bridge. In fact, maybe what we'll do instead, we'll just go ahead and say extrude, edge loop, smart attract, sure. Doesn't seem like it's attracting at all though. Oh, maybe it did. Yep, it did. Okay. Now we're in business. Cool. Yeah, it's coming along. It's coming along. So essentially what I would do, let's go ahead and make sure that we save this. Because, you know, we've already had that happen once where we crash and we didn't save. Let's come over here. Let's go back to our armchair. I'm going to say duplicate. RK. Transpose set. Bring this over. Okay. Bring it into position. Okay, so currently it's not what it needs to be. Turn off solo. What are you doing? Okay, so what I want to do is I'm going to start by modifying the base first. Maybe. Actually, maybe what I'll do is I'll take the cushion and duplicate that first. Ooh. Okay, let's say, okay, I need to make sure the folder is open or else it's going to totally kill me. Control Shift D. Okay, what I want to do, I'm going to turn on local symmetry. I'm going to say deformation mirror. Oh, it didn't work. Oh, because I have the X on. Z. Even at that, it didn't. The local symmetry didn't help me. Oh well. I'm going to bring this over so that's in position. And then we'll make sure that this is on. It's going to scoot it over some. I want to see that the creases between, or the separation between the cushions, it's about in the middle between the two windows here, more or less. Okay, so for this, what I want to do is I want to how do I want to do this? Okay, so now we got that. And we want to go ahead, let's say, oh, what does stretch do? I haven't used stretch before. Interesting. I would rather use, let's do this. I'm going to get rid of the tubing on these pieces. Well, on this piece here in the middle anyway. And we'll just redo the tubing here in a minute. Let's go ahead, say geometry, delete hidden. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take half of it and stretch it. Okay, let's go ahead and make sure that the cushions are together and comfy. Bring it over. Okay, something to this nature. I think I want it to feel a little bit more like it's tighter between the two cushions. I did work for a group called Think Chromatic a couple of years ago, and they were very insistent on making the spaces between the cushions pretty tight. I mean, since this is super stylized and it's my own personal project, I can bear to kind of make things up the way that I want, but you know, still things that I want to kind of try to honor about what I saw and worked on with realistic type couches. So I definitely say I'm a modeler. I've done animation, but not professionally. And I studied animation, but yeah, I mean, I'm not really like super trained or super in practice right now. I do give, or you know, like I have given feedback, like animation feedback, to my students before at Noman. That was always fun, trying to help them, just kind of like show them, you know, okay, so think about your basic animation principles. Um, think about how they would apply, you know, those sorts of things, and yeah, it's just fun. see, I'm going to go ahead and actually take, oh shoot, not that. I'm going to take this and we're going to say collapse polyloop. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and kind of pull this out so that it's in the center. And this will allow me to have kind of that that shape that I'm wanting. Okay, so that I can have two of them that are right next to each other. Did I know that was like that? Just going to go through and try to kind of smooth these pieces out, refine shapes. My mind is like super on food right now. I haven't had lunch, so it's like it's 4:30, so I'll just be waiting until supper time anyway. But yeah, this is kind of funny. I think what I might do, I might go ahead and get rid of the tubing on this. Delete hidden. Let's get rid of a couple of these spare edge loops in here. Let me see. Do you think about animation when you model? Like, oh, this ain't going to be animating right if I do that. Yeah, definitely. I mean, there are a lot of things that just won't fly. They just won't fly if the topology is weird. And so, generally speaking, the sort of thing that I try to look out for and try to be careful of, I try to keep all quads because that'll always be much cleaner when you're looking for deformations in animation. But then the other thing I try to look out for is just that it's describing form, that it has enough resolution to be able to deform smoothly, to be able to retain whatever detail is needed, those sorts of things. So yeah, I mean, there's thankfully there's a lot of collaboration in the animation industry. So once you create something, it goes on to the next department and they tell you whether or not it works for what they need or not. And so for my stuff as a modeler, you go onto the rigging department or the texturing department or whatever it is that's the next step. Actually, it goes to like both at the same time. But essentially what they'll do is if the topology isn't quite working for what they need, they'll send it back to modeling and they'll say, okay, well, when I get this deformation, this is kind of what's happening. Could you maybe change the topology so that it works like this instead? So it's a really cool. It's just really cool. I like it. Pull these down over here. Gotta try to adjust these things as I move them around. Oh, look at that. That's a little messy. Just kind of clean that up some. Alright, let's go ahead. Let's do this. I'm going to say duplicate it, mirror, rotate it around, and bring it over. And then once these are in place, I can go ahead and I can make that that trim again, the piping. Beyblade has a tournament. Oh yeah? Huh. I actually worked on a game for Beyblade, like 3 or 4 years ago. It's kind of interesting. I worked on that just before going to Warner Brothers. It's kind of fun. I don't know if the game was supposed to be mobile or I can't remember. I do need to add that to my resume though, I think. Let's go ahead and kind of invert the mask and work on lining this side up now. Maybe something like that. Okay, so now to be able to create the piping, what group did I have it set to? I had it set to the pink one. So let's do this, 7, and then need a curved tube. Bring it all the way down. There we go. 5. Grab the other one. Commit. There we go. There's our couch. In fact, I don't know that I quite like how the piping's going right there. I think that it needs to go in a slightly different spot. Oh, that's why it's using the wrong brush. Curve tube. Okay, there we go. Control-Shift-X. So I'm gonna make it this instead. Let's hit 7. 5, 7. There we go. See, that looks better. And it fits more. It looks more like it's intentional. Okay, it's intentional, it's controlled. And in fact, I might go ahead and do the same thing with this cushion. Yeah, it just feels like it makes more sense. So let's do this. We're gonna say delete that hidden piece there. Let's grab this, Control-Shift-X, Control-W, 7. Grab that, commit it. Sweet. Awesome. We now have a sofa and an armchair. And I'm going to take this armchair transpose set. Other set. Yeah. I got to go through and make the tubing, the piping for the arms on this sofa piece. Let's do that while we're here, I guess. Sorry about that. All right. Let's go in here. Insert, keep polygroups. Oh, almost had it. That'll work. Okay. Hit 7. I was working at, or 4 rather, a production for Netflix. But that has ended. So, you know, it's kind of in between things right now, but what I want to do is make sure that I'm, you know, getting things made for my portfolio and whatnot while I look for the next thing. Thanks, dude. I have fun. I enjoy what I do. That is totally for sure. Okay, I think this is... Oh, let's go through and let's rename the folder. Sofa. Yeah, armchair, transpose set. This armchair is like super crooked, so we're just going to kind of wiggle it out just a little bit. Cool. This this sofa might actually be a little bit wide. I'm going to go ahead and let's kind of make it less wide. Let's do it. Let's just do it something like this. And the thing I want to judge it against is kind of itself, you know, just making sure that that it's still creating all the shapes and everything that I want it to. So long as it's creating all those shapes the way that I'd like, then we call it good. Do something like that. Okay, save that. Let's see. Since we have those things in place, I'm going to go ahead and let's get that corner table in. We have a couple of pieces that we can go ahead and add in. That's, you know, that are already ready and done and whatnot. So let's go ahead and pull these over. Import. Let's say corner table. Currently into animation, want to do it, yet I'm in that threshold of can't make an animation, and I can make an animation just that. My art skills are meh, or the program ain't the best. Have you tried using Blender or tried getting into that at all? There's also a free version of ZBrush. Why are my books invisible? Qué frustrante. need that. I don't 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 need that. Tried Blender, but I have to learn the terms. Yeah, the terms are kind of interesting. One of the things that I like to do if I'm trying to learn something, specifically like software type things, um, is I love watching time lapses. Those are always some of the most helpful things to me personally because it just allows me the opportunity to see how somebody uses something in practice. Um, yeah, I mean somebody's always going to have different workflows and things like that um, yeah, so it's always helpful to me to see people's workflows, watching live streams, watching um, watching time lapses. Always super helpful. And then ZBrush has a free version, ZBrush Core Mini. Um, in case you wanted to get into that. Let me see. I want to get these. I'm going to say folder. Yes. Corner table. It's like I have the one little book that survived. Dang it. Yeah, just dabbling in it. You'll figure things out fairly quickly, I'm sure. It's one of those things that until you start dabbling, you're not gonna really figure out much. So yeah, it really just takes some dabbling to get into it. Yeah, the terms will come too. Most of the deal though is because I mean that's how I learned everything is just by playing around. Um, yeah, I went to school and took classes and things like that, but really everything that I know how to do, I had to figure it all out for myself. Um, which is fine. I mean, I feel like I learn better that way anyway. So yeah, I mean, really, it's just through the experience. Um, let's crease these. Oh, it's an open top, huh? There we go. Interesting. Let's bridge these. Nice. Oh, that filled that in beautifully. I don't need all of that, so I'm just gonna say collapse that poly loop in. Now I've got just the fill in the way that I want it. Man, that's impressive. I am impressed. I was almost expecting to see like terrible topology, but that filled it in beautifully. Look at that. Amazing. It's almost as if it had been box modeled. Crazy. Can you imagine that? Let's take the increase level down to 2, subdivisions up to 3 or something. Wait, why are you getting all screwed up like that? You know what? I'm going to say crease all. Say insert single edge loop. It looks like I'm definitely going to need something going along through here. And let's say insert multiple, something like that. Just to get the topology running through there. Insert single edge loop kind of coming through here. Let's get multiple back in here. Oh. Oh, stop it. Alright. Let's say uncrease all. Let's go ahead and hit crease again. You know what? I'm going to do it like this. I'm going to go ahead and say hide that, hide that, hide that. Say crease all. And then I want to uncrease all. Let's go ahead and hit that crease again so that it gets the corners. And that works. I do want to insert an extra loop down here just to kind of support that shape. Let's take off that crease. Okay, we're good. We're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. Let's grab this mug. Yeah, I might just leave that. I think that's fine. Let's go ahead. We'll crease that, insert. Get rid of these extra edge loops in here. Extra edge loop up here, extra edge loop up here. Okay, let's go ahead and we'll say crease. In fact, we might not even need to crease that. Something like that. I'll keep that. I kind of like having the softer bottom piece down there. Okay. Call that good. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to go ahead and duplicate that over. We're going to go open up Subtool Master, copy folder, and come back to our scene. And we will say paste folder. Now it's like really close to the like transpose set. It's really close to that other wall. So I'm just going to grab this, kind of pull it over into its place. Okay, now this is something that I hadn't worried about with this particular piece yet. I need to raise it so that it's sitting on top of the wooden floor planks. And now we're good. Okay, so there's another piece in there. And that's a piece that'll work. Table base. Let's close that up, keep it all closed. Oh, autosave. Okay, so this is what we're at so far. I'm trying to decide. Let me see. It's almost 5 o'clock. I think I might call this good for now. Let's grab one more. We're gonna grab. Let's hit save on this. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do one more because I do want to get maybe 2 more. Let's do the center table, the if I can find it, living room table. There we go. Okay, so here's the piece, and it looks like it is super messed up. Is it supposed to be like that? Okay, so this looks like it's super messed up. I'm not going to use this. That's terrible. So instead, I'm going to take this corner table, let's duplicate it. It's fine. Let's grab this transpose set. Bring it out. Now with this particular one, I don't need this mug. Okay. What I do need is to, in fact, let's do this. I'm going to go ahead and say insert, just to get the coffee table shape in here. I'm going to hit Control A. And let's go ahead and grab this. And we can start to place it. Okay. Now here's what I want to do. Okay, so that's just a single piece. This is trash, but I want it to stay for a second. Okay. So what I want to do, let's go up here, Control Merge. So I'm just going to drag this out, make that match up with that, and drag this over here. I'll have to kind of fix everything, like the intermediate spans. They're not going to match up the way that they were. Um, like you can kind of see the way that topology is getting kind of bent out of shape right here. So we'll have to fix that here in a minute. But I just wanted to make sure that I get the table where it needs to be. Okay, so we've got that. Let's go ahead, transparent. We'll hit ghost. Get rid of the ghost effect. And now let's go ahead and we'll get rid of these intermediate loops for now. Man, everything just sounds so delicious right now. Like taco salad sounds good. There we go. Okay. So I'm gonna grab a couple of pieces here and just kind of straighten out edges. This becomes really helpful for making sure that shapes stay preserved. Pull this out a little bit. Okay, now that'll work. Now that looks much, much better. Not perfect, but better. Okay, now let's go ahead and we'll put the edge loops back in. Switch back to multiple. Let's leave that like that for now, I guess. Come on. Okay. Let's see, and we'll get that for there as well. Let's get crease. This way, if anything were to happen to kind of push the geometry out of being in line like it is right now, it won't have like a super solid crease where that topology goes out of line. So yeah, it'll just kind of look nicer. Hit delete. Okay. I don't need that. I do, however, need group split. Okay. Ooh. Interesting. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to say merge down. Okay. And since they line up, all we have to do is we have to go geometry, modify topology, weld points. And now it's welded together. Okay. So make sure that this is ordered properly. We have legs, not kegs, legs. Table surface, that works. All right. I mean, there are a lot of other things that we could go through and do, but we're gonna call this good. We're gonna call this good, and then we sure got a lot done though. Oh, trying to decide now because let's add in a rug. Let's add in a rug. I am going to rename this rug. Kind of push things in the right direction. Push that out there somewhere. Then let's kind of pull this over here, something like that. Okay, so what I want to do, I want to put this on the floor. And then I want to realign that central table. Let's go ahead and make sure that I can see what's going on. Okay, that looks pretty good. Yeah, I mean, just adding that rug really kind of makes this space feel so much more alive. Let's kind of expand it out some. Since we have some space, yeah, I just want to kind of make sure that it's fitting our space. I may go through though. Let's do something like that. Qué difícil es hablar el español. Yeah, we'll call that good for now. We'll call that good. I gotta call it good for now. Okay, save it. Thanks for coming, guys. I had fun, and I'm glad I was able to go ahead and get those get that chair and the sofa kind of worked out so that it's cleaner topology and ready to just cleaner, looking nicer. You know, it's much better and much more satisfying already. I was able to get that floor in there. That's huge. You know, that's a big deal right there, getting that floor in. Um, yeah, dude, thank you so much for coming, and yeah, feel free to drop by and say hello on Instagram or on YouTube or Twitch or wherever you may be. I will probably jump back on this at some other point in the next few days. So yeah, feel free to come by and say hello. Stay subscribed, turn on notifications, whatever you need to do if you're interested in coming back. Yeah. Whatever happens, you know, I guess, you know, I'm always putting out notifications on Patreon and on Instagram. So if you're subscribed in either one of those places, first off, thank you. But then second off, you know, yeah, you should be able to get notifications there whenever I post. So I'll let you guys know. Stay alert, stay alive, stay healthy, stay happy, and I will see you guys next time I see you.